Good morning. It's December 12th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. The first item this morning is the adoption of resolutions. We have one this morning. Appeal of denial of natural resources inventory forest stand delineation number 4/2024-0850 MCPB number 24-118. Do I have a motion for approval?
I motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. Commissioner Linden is online this morning, so remote. See, that's why you don't see him here, but he's participating. Thank you. Our next item is item 1B, approval of minutes, the minutes of December 2nd, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
No, move to approve the minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. The next is item 1C, other preliminary matters. The first is a proclamation in honor of William Bill Grease. And this morning, Vice Chair Pedawin will present this proclamation, and all the board members are invited to come down with her as she does it. Thank you.
Good morning. Today I have the honor to present this proclamation for one of my dearest colleagues that has been legendary and has been doing amazing work during the time that he has been with the commission. I'm not going to talk a lot about it. Our previous director for Parks Department, Mike Riley, is here that is going to accept this resolution on behalf of his family. Whereas William E. Bill Grease served the residents of Montgomery County for 43 years and 8 months between 1970 and 2017 at Montgomery Parks, part of the Maryland National Park and Planning Commission. And whereas Bill Grease, as principal park planner and senior land acquisition specialist, negotiated the purchase and conveyance of over 19,500 acres. I say it one more time, 19,500 acres of new park land in over 2,000 separate parcels, thus creating more than one half of today's Montgomery Park system that serves the residents of Montgomery County and the greater region. That's why I said he is legendary. And whereas Bill Grease succeeded at land acquisitions by being a tenacious negotiator while also building personal relationships for over the decades with property owners through phone calls, visits, and drinking lemonade on front porch. And whereas Bill Grease was a patient mentor to countless colleagues, always making time to be a caring friend and trusted ear, thus contributing to their future successful careers. And whereas Bill Grease balanced his core values of hard work and family by working long hours over decades, but never hesitating to travel to spend time with his family and grandchildren. And whereas Bill Grease is proud of growing up on a Wisconsin farm where he learned his work ethic and how to be a family man, as well as becoming a passionate Green Bay Packers fan. And whereas Bill Grease expressed his down-to-earth values by preferring lunches lovingly prepared by his wife, Jean, over any fancy restaurant, expressing pride in driving the oldest commission vehicle to acquisition sites and land record office in Rockville, They forgot to talk about his chair. That was probably one of the oldest chairs and desk that he had. Yeah. And regularly mowing the grass at his family farm in Southwest Virginia. And whereas an avid runner, and this is amazing, Bill Grease ran over 50 marathons, once completed 14 marathons in 14 months, and ran innumerable half marathons plus 10K and other races. And whereas Bill Grease holds the world record for the most Sligo trail runs from the former public Parkside headquarters, including celebrating his retirement in 2017 with a final group run on a Sligo Creek Trail. And that was the only thing he accepted from us. And whereas Bill Grease, most importantly, is a proud husband, father, and grandfather. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Planning Board of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission hereby recognizes the exceptional contributions made by Bill Grease to Montgomery Parks, the Commission, and the quality of life of all residents of Montgomery County, and further expresses the Commission's deepest appreciation for him sharing nearly 44 years and work with his friends and colleagues at the Commission. Yeah, and now we're gonna have it
Okay, we can move this to the
take
side.
picture, and then Mike Riley is gonna talk about it.
So thank you, Chair Harris and Vice Chair Pedoeem and the board for that wonderful proclamation. For my friend, Bill Grease, it's an honor to accept it on behalf of Bill and his family. As Mitra noted, I am the former Parks Director, Mike Riley, that preceded our current Director, Mitty Figueredo. I was Director for 10 years, but I was with the agency for almost 40. And as you heard that incredible number for Bill Grease of 44, we were friends and colleagues that entire time. So I have known Bill for what is really, as the commission approaches its 100th year, that's 40% of the existence of the commission that Bill served here. Few people have been as impactful as Bill Grease has been in the history of this agency. We love to talk about all our awards and gold medals that we receive as an agency, but we get those awards for our wonderful parks, our natural areas, and all the programs we run. But we could not do any of that if we didn't have the vast parkland that we manage. And you heard that number, that Bill Grease is personally responsible for the acquisition of more than half the parkland in Montgomery County. And the reason Bill has been so successful is the person he is. The term salt of the earth gets overused, but that is such an appropriate term for Bill Grease. He's a person who truly cared about people. You knew that the minute you met Bill. He would begin asking about you and your family and wanting to get to know you. And he mentored a lot of people in this organization as they grew up in it, including me. You can imagine as a government official who is going into people's homes and dealing with developers about potentially multi-million-dollar deals, you might not be perceived as trustworthy from the onset, but Bill's skills really came from the person he was. He wanted win-win situations for people. He wanted both the public and the potential sellers or developers to be treated fairly, and people just knew that immediately when they started dealing him, and it's why he was so successful. As noted, Bill was a prolific runner. We logged literally thousands of miles together on the trails out there. We would run at lunch up and down the Sligo Creek Trail. A lot of his close friends and colleagues in the audience today are runners who participated in that with Bill. And whenever you ran with Bill, he was a talker. He would, and that's very helpful when you run because it's challenging. Once you're, getting 5-6 miles, you don't want to really be thinking about how you feel. You want to be chatting, and Bill would always be inquisitive about you and your family, and then he would share with you how much he enjoyed spending time with his family, with his wife Jean, his 2 sons, and his several grandchildren. So again, I'll just reiterate, there's been few people in the history of this agency who have been as impactful as Bill Grease has. It's been wonderful that you are honoring him with this proclamation, and thank you for recognizing all he has done for the commission and the residents of Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Riley, Mike, for letting us know all about Bill. He's an amazing person, and it's so important to have those stories known. And so I haven't met him, but boy, I wish I had met him. I wish I was here to work with him. And the most important piece that touched me that, that he was truly cared about others and he mentored others, and that's so important. So thank you so much.
And I want to thank everyone, Brenda Sandberg and all the park staff that on a very short notice, they prepared a lot of information for us. And thank you, Mike, for, again, on a short notice, you made yourself available to be here. I worked for Bill all entire time that I was with the commission. And the only thing I can say, 150% or 200%, truly a gentleman in every way that you could mention it. So hopefully he sees that, and his family also, and Mike would deliver it to his family. And yes, really, I wish you guys knew him. He was amazing. And thank you again. Thank you for everyone. Thank you to Ilana and all the staff in the parks, in the chair's office that made this on a very short notice possible. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Chair. So we're going to move on to our next item. It's the Bethesda IAC member reappointment. It's under other preliminary matters, but before we move on this matter, are there any comments or questions from the board?
Hi, Artie, this is Josh.
Yeah.
Is there any staff here to answer some questions?
Yeah, there is staff here to ask clarifying questions. I think, though, if they're more than that, then we'll have to, then what we need to do is, what I understand is have a vote to have a discussion, more discussion on this. But staff is here. Why don't you ask your question, or Elza McCoy is here. Heisel McCoy.
Okay, great. Great, yeah, and if we need to take the vote for more discussion, happy to do that at some point. But Hi, Elza. I wanted to just ask a few clarifying questions about the process. Um, it sounds like these candidates who are current members and have put in several years at this point of their time. Of course, we're appreciative of them putting forward their personal time, spending their personal time and energy on a committee like this. Um, it sounded like from the staff report that in cases of reappointment, um, staff has to this point chosen to reappoint interested members. And to this point, there's been a term limit of 2 consecutive 3-year terms. And so if they're moving into their potential second term, it sounds like staff has chosen to honor that request and reappoint or recommend reappointment. Um, I'm just curious, in cases like this where first term ends expressing interest for reappointment, do we still solicit applications from the community for this open seat? Like, do we still go through the same process we would if there was an open seat with someone who was choosing to step down or had termed out on their own?
Sure. So for the record, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning. So we certainly could do the regular solicitation. As a matter of practice, we have not. If members have requested to re-up to date, as you said, we have we've honored that and recommended that those candidates be reappointed. When the planning board approved the original set of bylaws, there were no term limits. The IAC can modify its own bylaws without the planning board's approval, and they did so once to add term limits, and they've just recently done to take away term limits. So we did not put out a larger call this time. A year from now, we'll have another round of folks whose terms expire, and we could at that time certainly put out the general call.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for that context. And just to clarify as well, they recently internally voted to remove the term limits for and that applies to residential members and the property owners and just the commercial members.
That's correct.
Okay. Did they do, and was that at the most recent meeting in December or a more recent meeting in November?
It was on the agenda to be discussed at the December meeting. I was not there for the vote, but they did discuss it at the December meeting.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, those are the only questions I have. If others are, I don't know if we have to take a vote to open discussion beyond these clarifying questions. If we do, I'd be interested in making a motion just to have a discussion about some thoughts related to kind of our engagement strategy generally, specific to the IC in this case, but also as it may apply to other committees, as it may apply to ways in which we can think about making some of these committees, diversifying voices and thinking more carefully about representation. But if we do have to make a motion to kind of open that conversation, happy to make that motion now.
So I might suggest that to Commissioner Linden's point, there are other implementation advisory committees throughout the county. And so the board may prefer that staff come back with a briefing to talk about the approach more generally. And we'd be happy to set that up as a discussion item in January.
So, Commissioner Linden, would that be acceptable to you to have a separate meeting, a board meeting on all the IACs and the rules and, well, I know, the guidelines and rules, and I'm sure that they all aren't similar. They all have the similar bylaws or whatever?
Comparable?
Comparable, okay, yeah.
Yeah. I'm also a little concerned that they voted to remove their own term limits, outside of the oversight. They're meant to be an advisory commission. I would be interested in coming back with a sort of organized sort of briefing on the number, organization, bylaws, and limits on the implementation advisory commissions. I mean, particularly the one in Bethesda, given that we're talking about it now, but also any of the other ones that we have. And I do, you know, I think there's benefit to rotating some folks through there, particularly since we've talked about it before, the need for more diversity within advisory commissions, as well as more residents who actually live within the minor master plan amendment area. I mean, one of these people does in the southern section, but we have several on there that are not actually residents of the minor master plan amendment area. And so I think it's worth taking a closer look at the advisory committees writ large.
Okay, so,
Yeah, I just 1 second. I think it is important that we just know how many of these advisory committees in general, not just the implementation are there. I really don't think that we as the planning board should really get involved with many aspects of this advisory committee. I think it is good that we know how these are structured and what are the guidelines or bylaws, and if they are varied between the different areas, and if they are very much the same, following the same kind of format. From my personal experience, many of these advisory committees, because people have to volunteer to be there. So they may not have a lot of volunteers to get there. And I think it is important that we, in addition to diversity, the people that participate be people that they actually spend the time to do the legwork to be effective in this advisory board. Because you may have members that they are part of the advisory board, but they really don't contribute. And just diversification is not important. It's important that the people, they actually have time and being able to contribute to this.
so why don't we do this? It's also where you had a wonderful recommendation at another time to come back and talk about the IACs, right? You know, how many, whatever, you know, and so I think that would be a great time for the board to provide their thoughts and comments then. Okay, but for these, I also agree that the three that were put up are, you know, they look like they've, based on their resumes, and they're very active. They, you know, it takes a lot of effort and time to do that, and they provide comments from time to time. They're very concerned. They're active in the community, and I'm recommending to move forward with those three. We have at the same time to come back and look at the whole process in general. So do I have a motion? I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner Linden. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm comfortable moving forward with these three as well. But I just wanted to, and I also think having a broader conversation, as Elza mentioned, sounds great. I think this is worth thinking more carefully about how IACs fit into our broader engagement strategy. You know, we have a new strategic plan that is excellent in a lot of ways. It speaks to a lot of issues, and one of those issues is how we think about engaging community, bringing community into the process, engaging underrepresented voices in processes that typically have not included them in the past or not weighed their opinions very heavily. And so IACs are a structure that are, you know, they're formal points of engagement with staff, and they're important for several reasons. And I just wanted to, you know, to Commissioner Pedwing's point, they're not, you know, these are advisory committees that represent community voices, and therefore 100%, you know, we as a planning board and planning staff, we shouldn't and aren't and can't be in a position where we direct. You know, our staff is currently facilitating that. They staff the committees and they sort of help as needed. But these advisory committees are extremely important, and not just because they're sort of an operational piece of our engagement strategy, which means we have an interest in seeing that they are equitable, that they reach the voices that need to be reached, that they bring people into a process and make them feel like that they're included and they have buy-in, and that that their voices actually have some influence on what's going on. But they're also incredibly important because they have touch points, frequent touch points with not just planning staff, council members, council staff, the business, different urban partnerships that exist around the country, or different other organizations that are implementing county policies in different parts of the county. They have, touch points with us, of course, and we weigh their opinion very heavily when we go through different processes. And so I think it is incumbent upon us to examine them to make sure that as a piece of our engagement process, they are performing in an equitable manner, and they speak to issues, interests, perspectives, and voices that directly relate to the areas in which the plan apply. And to Commissioner Hedrick's point, we're not looking to, this isn't a statement of exclusion. We're not trying to certainly exclude anyone. I think that oftentimes the way advisory committees currently operate unintentionally exclude some voices from the process. And my hope is that as part of this broader conversation, and we're talking about the Bethesda IAC here, but this is not a Bethesda IAC point. This is a countywide point that I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that, again, diversifying our voices and perspectives and thinking more carefully about representation is incredibly important. Because although we have ideas about these different areas and existing advisory committee and their members have perspectives, I don't think that any of us are in a position to presume what the interests of others and the perspectives of others who are not represented on those committees might be. And so I think that we need to talk more about this and think more carefully about membership and how other engagement practices can supplement, because IACs can't and shouldn't be the end all be all, of course, of how we engage. And they're not. I know they're not.
Commissioner Linden,
but I think that, that's all I want to say on that.
We're all on your points are well taken, and so thank you for bringing this up, and we should move on. But thank you, and we will come back in the new year. Mr. Heisel McCoy will come back, and we'll have a further discussion on this. Thank you so much. And if there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve the Bethesda IAC member reappointment?
I move to approve the appointments.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. So thank you so much. And we have
Chair Harris, if I could jump in, it was
I'm
5-0.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Just
Yeah,
to correct for the
Oh,
record,
yeah,
thanks.
5-0. I'm sorry. No, not counting you out. You're never counted out. So next is our record plats. We have one this morning. It's subdivision plat number 2/2025-0150 Hammond Wood, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the record plat?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. Next, we'll go to item number 4, our roundtable discussion. This morning, our planning director, Jason Sartori, will present this. Welcome, Mr. Sartori.
Thank you. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. I want to begin by just highlighting, touching on two of the things that you've had already on your brief agenda already this morning. First, I just want to say, following that last conversation, we're happy to get on a future agenda for the Planning Board to discuss the IACs writ large. It's an interesting concept in that the IAC, the I in that is implementation. When we're talking implementation of what? Implementation of the plans that we prepare. And you appoint the members of these, just as you did just a couple minutes ago, but they're also intended to function largely independent of us. Yet we work very closely with them and want to engage and leverage the community connections that they have as much as possible. And we want to be more actively involved as a department. As Commissioner Linden talked about our strategic plan, one of the things we want to be doing is engaging groups like that more and actually be more involved in the implementation of our plans longer term. So we're happy to have a conversation internally and then with you all as well, and come to the board at a future date with an item where we can talk through all of that. The second thing I just wanted to, I wanted to begin also by thanking Vice Chair Pedoweem and former Parks Director Riley for that wonderful proclamation presentation this morning. It's clear that Bill Grease has had an unbelievable impact on our county, and we are all better off as a result of his contributions. And it's really great that we're able to take a moment like this to be able to honor him and his contributions. So thank you for doing that. I'm obviously not on the dais. I'm in Cambridge, Maryland right now. I'm here at the Maryland Association of Counties Winter Conference, where I've been attending along with our deputy directors and Ilana Branda, our chief of staff for the planning board. We are attending the MACO Winter Conference and attending sessions. And yesterday I presented on a panel about housing, and I'll share a little bit more about that in a few minutes. But I wanted to just generally provide the board with a few updates on some recent activities that the planning department's been working on. So if we could go to the next slide. So there we go. All right. Last week, you received a briefing from our general counsel, Deborah Borden, on local and bi-county bills that are under consideration for introduction this upcoming legislative session. And I think Deborah will be back later this morning with a follow-up briefing. But last Monday evening, the county's state legislators filled our dais for a live streamed in-person public hearing on those bills and a few others. And Chair Artie Harris testified on behalf of the commission in support of the bill that modifies our live streaming requirements for certain offsite planning board meetings. But I also wanted to thank Ilana Branda, Zeke Abibi, Austin Souders, Isaac Asari, Nick Frymark, and our entire facilities team for helping make that public hearing run smoothly for our guests. I think they were all appreciative of being able to hold their meeting in our building and in that space. They had previously been holding these at the council, and I think things were getting a little tight there for them, and our space worked really well for them, I think. Shortly before the public hearing, Leadership Montgomery hosted a meet and greet reception in our lobby with state and local elected leaders among the guests that were there. Planning department leadership and staff were also there with visual aids to show off some of our innovative projects that we've been working on and the research that we've conducted. And I know most of you were there as well, so I wanted to thank you for joining us and for your continual support of our work and the department. Next slide. As I mentioned, I'm in Cambridge, Maryland, where the Maryland Association of Counties Winter Conference is taking place. The theme for this conference is Anticipate, Adapt, Achieve, Thriving Through Turbulent Times. And I presented on a panel yesterday on housing called Housing on the Horizon, Progress and the Path Forward. I talked a lot about the data that that underpins a lot of the housing work that we're doing, and just really making the case that yes, there is a housing crisis that needs to be addressed from multiple perspectives, and kind of trying to weave that story together. And I think it went well. The other panelists took slightly different approaches, but we seemed to weave a lot of the same themes through all of our comments. So that was great. It was facilitated by Delegate Vaughn Stewart from Montgomery County, and Maryland Secretary of Housing Jake Day was on the panel, as well as Owen Bailey from the Eastern Shore Land Conservancy, and Councilmember Odette Ramos from Baltimore City, and Lori Graff, the CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association. And again, I made the case for our county's need for more and different types of housing. I talked a little bit about our attainable housing recommendations. And it continues, I think, to this day, to a full day later, to be sparking great conversations. As I've had people come up to me this morning talking about the conversation we had in that panel yesterday. Next slide. I also wanted to provide you an update on the incentive zoning update effort. As you'll recall, the board approved our draft recommendations over the summer. And this month, we've had 2 work sessions with the County Council's PHP committee. We expect to have a zoning text amendment introduced in the spring, and then council will review it and approve it over the summer. That's our expectation. We'll be working closely with council staff to prepare something that the PHP committee members are comfortable introducing. But I will say that the feedback and the general reception of this effort from the PHP committee was very positive. There was a recognition that it's time to do something new and to kind of take a look at how we've been doing this and how it needs to change. So it's obviously an important project to ensure that residents get more benefits from new development projects in their communities. Next slide. Yeah, as I mentioned, there's this consensus that something needs to be done with this, and this is the first major update to the public benefits point system in 14 years since it was created in 2010. And a lot has changed in the market and in the county over that period of time, as you can see on this timeline here. So, recognizing the need to modernize the system, the council added this to our work program in FY23, giving us the opportunity to revamp the system to better align it with new county policies, new priorities that we have, priorities and policies like the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act, the Climate Action Plan, and of course, Thrive Montgomery 2050. Next slide. So last night in our building, in our lobby, staff from our Mid-County Division hosted an open house for the Wheaton Placemaking Initiative. This project seeks to activate underutilized areas of the public realm in the Wheaton Triangle. We want to create functional spaces that better serve the community and visitors in our own neighborhood. The project also aims to improve the pedestrian experience and connections to Wheaton's core. The event last night was attended by approximately 60 people, including nearby community members as well as Wheaton headquarters employees. During the open house, staff and the consultant team, which is led by Yard and Company, shared concepts developed thus far to improve connectivity to the center of the Wheaton Triangle area, as well as concepts for a temporary activation of parking lot 13, which is the parking lot that is just north of our building. So Sophie Kotzker and Carrie Sanders from our Mid-County Division are in the auditorium today, and I'm going to turn the mic over to them briefly so that they could talk a little bit more about the Wheaton placemaking effort.
Hi everyone, Sophie Kotzker, Mid-County Division. As Jason mentioned, we had over 50 community members join us last night despite the cold, wet weather to talk about placemaking in Wheaton. Participants were able to walk around the room to see various components of the activation that we want to bring to life in the parking lot and provide feedback to us in a very conversational setting. We're excited to start analyzing that feedback and make some determinations about the design for next summer. We're expected to begin implementing the project in early June of 2025. We do have some more targeted outreach planned for the winter to continue the process, and then we'll be finalizing the design and operations plan.
Thank you, Sophie. And before I conclude, I want to see if the board members have any questions or any comments that they want to provide on that while Sophie and Carrie are still at the table.
It's really great that you started this placemaking initiative, and as we know from our council members, they see how important this is to engage the residents, the community about what they want their community to look like, feel like, operate. So thank you for doing that. It's so important that you're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Carrie Sanders for the record, I'm Chief Mid-County Planning. The one thing I wanted to mention last night that was great to see is we had great participation from like all different county government agencies last night. We had MCDOT with us. We had the Urban District, who was like an amazing partner through this process. We also had other departments that are in our building stopping by and joining. And I know the weather was tough yesterday, but we actually had a great turnout. And I really appreciate everybody taking the time to come by. We're going to be organizing, as this effort kicks off, we're going to be organizing an event, which I'll make sure it gets on everybody's calendar so that you all can participate and sort of be there for the groundbreaking or the ribbon cutting of the placemaking. So look forward to that event and your participation. Thanks so much.
Can I just ask a question? You just mentioned that the final product would be a design and operation. What does exactly mean? Is it going to be like an amendment master plan? Is it going to be what is going to be the final product, and how that final product would be used for future? Who's going to be using that? Who are the people that going to take? Is it just public area? I'm just a little bit more information.
Sure thing. And we are also happy to come back to you with sort of a more update as we continue the engagement and finalize the actual placemaking activation that we're going to do. But it is placemaking, so it is temporary in nature, and it will be timed likely with the Taste of Wheaton. So it'll be activating the parking area that's just behind our building here that has the mural associated with it. And that placemaking event, like I said, will reimagine what that parking lot could be in a temporary way. And then, also incorporate a lot of the feedback that we've been getting through the engagement, such as how can we provide places for people to sit and eat in Wheaton? How can we provide places where people can gather and socialize and be together? How can we support the local businesses in Wheaton? We've been doing some targeted outreach with the local businesses that's been quite helpful. And so that this placemaking event will be, as I described, temporary. But I think the idea of that is to really see what the master plan envisioned in a sort of temporary way and get people energized about the implementation of the master plan.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. I'm just hoping that it just after the placemaking event, it's just something that the people forget about it and wait for another step or something happens. And that's what I'm hoping, that to be something that it could help or continues rather than to be something that we put on the shelf and forget about it until the next event.
Absolutely. We definitely want it to be something that could be sustained and kind of grow with time. I think that's part of the reason we're working closely with the Urban Partnership for Wheaton, because we want, and also the Downtown Advisory Committee, WUDAC, we want this to be sort of one step in a larger effort for placemaking in Wheaton. We're also going to be putting together some ideas of future placemaking types of events like this that could be helpful based on the feedback we've received for this. So I think that will hopefully also make this a longer term effort that the urban district, or in partnership with other grant funding sources, could be implemented. We are, Sophie can certainly discuss, but we also have some elements that we're hoping could be more permanent in nature that would come out of this effort, but we're still kind of navigating what that looks like and how it would work within the scope. But we hope that there could be some elements that could be permanent.
Yeah, I was thinking that because you talk about the operational, the citizen and operational, it would be good that while you're working on the operation, you identify stakeholders like urban district or some other ones that they could be taking this as an owner and continue building on it, that it continue. It's not just to be something temporary. It has something that could continue and move on. Hopefully, if you could identify, when you're doing the operation, you may want to look into that.
Great, thank you so much. It's so important. And Director Sartori, thank you for presenting. Your presentations are always very informative, so we appreciate.
I do have more.
Oh, okay, okay, all right.
I just on this, just real quickly, I would say that that it's interesting. Placemaking gives us a sense of how space could be used and activated differently, and different types of placemaking. That what we saw in Damascus is going to be different from what we're pulling together here in Wheaton, and that might be different than some other type of placemaking activity that we might do. Those different forms of placemaking are, they could be events, they could be temporary or ongoing elements to the community, that whether it's public art or just some other features that give people a sense of connection to the space in a different way. And our role in the planning department is to, as much as possible, spark efforts like this, to lead an effort like this, but then hopefully empower the community to do more of it themselves. And so we will, we look forward to continuing to keep you updated on the Wheaton effort as it goes forward over the coming months. So the last thing I wanted to highlight was a personnel update. In fact, these are 3 recent promotions. Fresh off of celebrating 25 years with the commission, Nkosi Yearwood has started a new chapter of his career as our the new Up-County Planning Zoning, Public Projects, and Agricultural Initiative Supervisor. This is one of the new positions that we got in from the County Council in our FY25 budget. He was most recently a planner in our Mid-County division. He led the master planning of the Pike and Rose and Shady Grove station projects. He's also led APA award-winning projects like the 2010 White Flint Sector Plan and the 2021 Shady Grove Sector Plan Amendment. And he also led the 2018 White Flint 2 Sector Plan. And you've known most recently, he's been leading our University Boulevard Corridor Plan. We are really happy for Nkosi and for his promotion to this supervisor position. Another promotion to celebrate is in our ITI division. Congratulations to Austin Souders, who is now an IT support specialist too. Since joining ITI in August of 2022, Austin has demonstrated exceptional dedication and skill and great customer service, helping all of us with our technology needs. I know I have personally benefited greatly from Austin's expertise and assistance and with a lot of my technology needs. And so I really appreciate and congratulate him on this promotion. And finally, one last promotion to share. Please join me in congratulating Lisa Gavoni on being selected as the department's first Housing, Infrastructure, and Zoning Supervisor. This team was created in November of 2023 to oversee the department's housing, infrastructure, schools, water quality, and zoning functions. Lisa has been serving as our housing planner for nearly 9 years now, since January of 2016. And she was appointed the acting supervisor in this role last November. And over that period of time, she's gained the trust of her colleagues, the planning board, and the county council for her rigorous use of data to support policymaking efforts. And so we were really happy for Lisa, and we were really proud of her work. And I congratulate all 3 of them, Nkosi, Austin, and Lisa, for these promotions. And with that, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you for, again, thank you for your very informative and thorough presentations, and congratulations, Mr. Yearwood and Souders and Ms. Gavoni. So thank you so much, and we'll take a 2-minute break and start with our next item, item 5, Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan Implementation Civic Improvement Fund Rate Adjustment. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 5, Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan Implementation, Civic Improvement Fund Rate Adjustment, where staff is recommending approve adjustment of the Civic Improvement Fund rate. And this morning, we have Ms. Stephanie Dickel from the Planning Department to present. Thank you.
Good morning, Stephanie Dickel with Down County Planning for the record. We have a few quick slides for you to just go through this. It's the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan Civic Improvement Fund Rate Adjustment. Quick background, very similar to what we've done with the Bethesda Overlay Zone. As part of the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan, the Silver Spring Overlay Zone allows applicants to buy density above the CR zone map density up to the maximum height through a contribution to the Civic Improvement Fund, also known to us as the CIF. The initial rate was set at $5 per square foot for residential density and $3 per square foot of the non-residential density. And then the adjustments need to be made per the zoning ordinance in the overlay zone. The CIF is implemented by the county, and contributions will be used towards implementation of specific projects within downtown Silver Spring. As listed here on your screen and talked about in the staff report, they are intended to upgrade the public realm. The Montgomery County Department of Finance uses the Engineering News Records Baltimore Construction Cost Index to update impact taxes. We use the same methodology to update the Bethesda Park impact payment, and it's the same methodology that staff used for the CIF rate adjustment. So we obtained the data to calculate the cumulative change for the 2022 to 2024 two-year period, and this is the first time that the CIF rate is being adjusted since the plan was approved. And planning staff is recommending increasing the CIF rates by 5.8%, and that's based on that Engineering News Records Baltimore Construction Cost Index from 2022 to 2024. So the rate is going, increasing by 29 cents from $5 to $5.29 per square foot of residential density, and increasing by 17 cents from $3 to $3.17 per square foot of non-residential density. And the new CIF rates become effective the date of the planning board's decision. We're here to answer any other questions that you may have.
Yeah, any questions or comments from the board? I have one question. So it's, well, two. One, it says, how much is there currently in the fund? You know, do you know how much approximately in? Okay.
We haven't approved any plans with this yet.
Okay.
Any site plans yet.
Okay, so and then in your report, I thought it said something that they were supposed to adjust on July 1st. So going forward, we'll be adjusting on July 1st?
Yes.
Okay, every 2 years. Okay, great. So I have no other comments or questions. Do I have a motion to approve the Civic Improvement Fund rate adjustment that staff presented?
I move to approve this increase to the fund.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. Thank you so much, and we'll just take a 1-minute break and go right into our next item, the legislative update. We're going to talk about municipal corporations, MCPG 114-25, where our staff is recommending the board to oppose that recommended legislative piece. And Ms. Deborah Borton will be presenting that momentarily. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, legislative update presented by our General Counsel, Ms. Borden. She'll be discussing with us the Municipal Corporations MCPG 114-25 bill, where she is recommending that we oppose this bill. Good morning, Ms. Borden.
Good morning, and thank you. This is, we have one item for you today, so this should be a quick one. We're talking about MCPG 114-25. This is a bill that we have seen before. It was introduced last year. And the bill would give municipalities that have more than 15,000 in their population, it would give them zoning authority in Prince George's County. So the bill only applies to Prince George's. The Prince George's Board did approve the recommended position of oppose along with the position statement. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. If I can just sort of summarize our concerns with it. We have concerns practically with how this is being proposed. This is something that is actually pretty complex because you have to answer the questions of, well, who does the zoning ordinance, who does the master plans? And in this case, they have the municipalities who would get this authority interpreting the same master plans and interpreting the same zoning ordinance. So you would get potentially 5 different interpretations and 5 different ways of doing things under the same law. That generally is forbidden. You can't do that. You have to have someone who then can make a final decision based on a single determination. Otherwise, you have basically chaos. So practically and technically, we have problems with the bill. It's not going to do what they think it's going to do. And fundamentally, we think this is something that needs to be discussed really with the county and as well as us in terms of whether this is a good idea in general and whether this is the right time for something like this, because it would have, pretty profound impact on, economic development in Prince George's County. So we are asking for a vote to oppose this bill, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Borden. I just had one question. My read of it, I do oppose, but my read of it, it was something like it talks about the district council delegating its authorities. I was thinking, is it like, so what does that mean? So each municipality, like smaller municipality, with a general district council delegating authority, or is it like the Prince George's County at their district council delegating their authority to these smaller jurisdictions? I didn't quite understand what they were trying to say. Yeah.
Yes, and your confusion is shared because I'm confused too. Because the bill actually says that the municipalities would be granted the authority of the district council, the planning board, and the hearing examiners. So whatever authority we have with respect to zoning and planning, it would simply just be transferred to the municipalities. But then it says other things later on that seems to contradict that. So it like I said, the bill has technical issues where it just doesn't quite add up. We sort of know what they're trying to do because they've been trying to do it for years.
Okay.
They want some zoning authority. And so the question is whether that's a good idea, and then secondarily, how you get that kind of authority without sort of destroying the process in the meantime. So, this is a big deal, and you can't handle it just by putting in a bill because it's too complex to do that. It's like using a blunt instrument for something that needs very fine, detailed work.
Okay, thank you. And they also mentioned, even though it's Prince, they say it's Prince George's County, they also mentioned Tacoma Park and Kensington in there, and those are in Montgomery County, so I'm not quite sure what's all about there, but I have another board member that has comments here.
Deborah, last week you brought another bill that was similar to that, but it was that taking the zoning from the Prince George's, from the planning board, and get the authority to the council. Is that different than
That's correct.
that one? Or is it,
Yes, this is a
in one
different-
regard, they taking it away from the planning board, giving it to council, and then in another one, they taking it away and giving it to municipalities. So how these things work together? What is the whole thing going on? I don't
Right,
know.
well, these are separate bills that are proposed by separate sponsors. And just so you're aware, historically, for many years, the large municipalities in Prince George's have expressed their desire to have their own zoning authority. Now, that general desire and then the practical method of actually getting that done are two different things. And so there have been many attempts over the years to give them their heart's desire, give the large municipalities what they want. But these attempts have not had the support to my knowledge, they have not had the support of the county, and so we have not really been able to support it either because the practical box has not been checked. They haven't come up with a practical way to do it that would actually work, and then the fundamental box hasn't been checked. In other words, they need to really get buy-in from the county that this is a good idea and it can work. So, we're in the same position we were last year, where we don't think this will work practically because it's not drafted properly, but it also, it doesn't check the fundamental box, whether, everybody is actually on board with this and making it happen. And that we all think that this will help the county as opposed to hurt the county.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much. So I see no other comments or questions. Do I have a motion from the board to oppose Municipal Corporations MCPG 114-25?
I move to approve the opposition to this bill.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you very much. We will now break for until about 1:30, when we'll come back and resume with item number 6, Bethesda Downtown Plan Minor Master Plan Amendment, Planning Board Work Session number 1. So thank you, and we will be back on at 1:30. Good afternoon. We're on item 6, our last item of the day. Bethesda Downtown Plan Minor Master Plan Amendment, Planning Board Work Session Number 1, led by Mr. Elza Heisel McCoy of Planning. Also today we have from Parks, Henry Coppola. Welcome, and we look forward to going through the work session.
Great, thank you so much for that introduction. For the record, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief of Down County Planning, and with me,
Is Henry Coppola. I'm the long-range planning supervisor for the Parks Department in our Park Planning and Stewardship Division.
all right, so we're going to go through a brief introduction. We are going to review testimony and issues. The plan is relatively short, and so we're going to try and get through really all of the comments today. I think there's at least one item that we'll need to come back to that was an issue that came in just this week, and you'll see that. But so we do expect to come back for hopefully just briefly in a week to finish up. So in terms of the master plan process, we are here at the public hearing draft. We had the public hearing on December 2nd. The record closed this past Monday. On the planning board agenda website for this item, we have the summary of all the testimony received that has been updated to reflect all of the testimony received as of close of business on Monday, and then the actual written testimonies themselves. So in terms of the schedule, we first brought the scope of work to the board in June and have been working to move this along, and we're here at the work sessions and are working to get the planning board draft to the county council hopefully by the end of the calendar year. Okay, so for today, we'll go through the presentation is organized by the recommendations, the way they're set up in the minor master plan amendment public hearing draft. And so we'll go through each section. We're going to start off with some general comments and then go into each of the sections, talk about the testimony we received, the staff recommendation for any changes, and then of course, the board can bring up any issues that you see fit. Okay, so generally, we receive, for testimony, we had 9 individuals providing oral testimony at the public hearing. This included representatives of the Bethesda Implementation Advisory Committee, the town of Chevy Chase, and the development and resident communities. When the public record closed, we had received over 60 pieces of written testimony from the county executive, the Maryland Department of Transportation, representatives of Section 3 of Chevy Chase Village, a variety of community associations in the larger Bethesda Chevy Chase area, and from the development and resident communities. The general topics, and this was listed in the staff report, included, of course, the development, and this is sort of in descending order, the development cap, transportation, affordable housing, park impact payment, additional review, the Bethesda overlay zone, some general comments, and then parks and environment. So we received comments from the county executive. Those were also placed on the planning board's agenda last week. And I'm just going to go briefly through those comments, and then as we get into the more specific sections, we'll talk in more detail about them. So the first comment was opposing the removal of the development cap because it undermines adequate public facilities and will not attract commercial development. The comment about public facilities, as we'll see in a moment, seems to be tied to transportation infrastructure funding. And in terms of attracting commercial development, I think what we've learned in planning really over the last 20 years is that zoning is not a good tool to sort of force commercial development. You can you can feather the nest, but you can't force people to build commercial development if the market's not there. So that it is And we've actually had this issue with some of the overlay zone, the BAS overlay zone recommendations in terms of how the zoning is attributed between residential and non-residential uses. So we think actually the recommendations in the minor master plan amendment will help promote development more generally, and when the market's there for commercial development, will certainly help attract that. And then we've also, I think, heard that, commercial development is attracted to great places to live. So Bethesda has a lot of great elements, lots of housing, good retail, good parks, excellent transit service. So So I think we think that the master plan recommendations do. For discussion
just
of
one
the
quick
parks, comments, I'll turn it over to Henry.
Mr.
Oh, sorry.
By commercial, do you think they mean office or just anything?
So I
Office,
think
retail?
the text of the letter, I think, was commercial. I think the suggestion was that it was office. And I mean, there's been a fair amount of new, between the Marriott headquarters and Avocet, there's been, commercial development there. It's a tough market. And so it's been mostly residentials. Yeah, so for the parks comments, I'm going to turn it over to Henry.
Thank you, Elsa. Yeah, so the county executive touched on parks a bit in his comments. He recommended the continuing oversight of the Parks Department by the Planning Board, and we of course agree with that. It's an important and integral part of how we manage a great Parks Department. Full agreement with that. Nothing that's in this minor master plan amendment that changes that. So sort of no need to make any adjustments there. His comments also oppose the recommendation that's currently in the minor master plan amendment to shift the focus on the Veterans Park Civic Green to the west side of Woodmont Avenue. There wasn't any new reasoning or information with that would make staff reconsider that recommendation. So we think we've looked at that pretty closely and discussed it with the planning board and still remain confident in
Could
that that's the
you
right
refresh our memory? Because I think one time you talked about it, but I cannot remember what was this topic that we were talking about. I do not know if you have map or other things to show us. What is it behind this?
And so I'm not sure if we have a map to dive into, but the sort of general picture on it was the original 2017 plan and design guidelines ended up suggesting, I believe, 5 or maybe 6 different potential locations around the existing Veterans Park open space area, with a sort of set of goals about what should be achieved in creating a better civic green and open space there. And those goals are really focused on creating a more vibrant gathering space, a larger area that could be used for events, a place that draws people in and that improves and enhances the existing Veterans Park location. Some of the potential locations that were suggested for consideration were on the east side of Woodmont Avenue. I think 3 or 4 of them were laid out in a diagram on that block to the east. And as we pursued those options and dug into them more, it became increasingly clear that those weren't really going to be feasible in terms of meeting the goals that the master plan recommendation makes for improving and enhancing the existing space, because they'd be separated by Woodmont Avenue. If you could close Woodmont Avenue temporarily at times, then something on the west side would work well, but the rest of the time it really wouldn't be able to fully meet those goals. So the recommendation here, since we're clarifying implementation and trying to make implementation smoother and easier to follow through with this minor master plan amendment, is to clarify that focus on the east side, where it will be easiest and most feasible to really achieve the goals of the master plan for that recommendation.
But Veteran Park was that triangular park that I think at one point the ownership was not us. We didn't own it.
Correct. Veterans Park is actually technically right-of-way that's managed currently by the Bethesda Urban Partnership.
Okay, and but we are not talking about that, not having a park there, except that we are thinking that in regard to funding expenditure, it may work better if we shift our focus to somewhere else. But that still could be used by Bethesda. I remember that it was still a gathering place for people, so.
Correct. No, the focus shift is just to focus on basically on adjacent expansion of the existing open space.
Okay.
That would be the best
So
place to
still the
focus.
place, Veteran Park would
Correct.
be a public use, and it still would be that it may be a different if we want to fund it, but I remember that it was very popular and people are still being using it.
Yes, it's a great open space currently. When we meet with the
Okay.
IAC, they often talk about the fact that they feel like that's one of the highest functioning open spaces in Bethesda. And so this is all an attempt to make sure that as we pursue the recommendations in the original plan, that what we're doing is improving and enhancing that space and not detracting from it or spreading out or moving away from it.
Okay, it would be good. I don't know, maybe you could go through it, that, maybe we could go through at one point, if it's not today, another time, maybe when we have another park director presentation, that we could talk about all of these, the status of all of these different pieces that we have there, and what is the status of funding, where do they stand in regard to priorities with the other part of the county, and what is happening with the money that it is in PIP. I know that it may seem a lot, but the land is very expensive there, okay? So, and how that would be spent and what are the priority. I think it would be very helpful at one point that we see the PIP for Bethesda and then the public funding and CIP for Bethesda in comparison with what we have everywhere in the county, that everything comes, in context of the whole county, that's what we're doing there.
And we'll be bringing, the team will be bringing the 2024 Bethesda Annual Monitoring Report slightly belatedly to the planning board in January. So I think that, and that'll have all the updates of the parks.
Include that
So
in
we can
there?
do that then.
Okay, that would be really good. I really appreciate. Thank you.
That's a great plan and suggestion. Thank you both.
So you have Commissioner Linden with his hand up there. Go ahead, Mr. Linden.
Yeah, thanks, Artie. On this point, I mean, the explanation, the rationale makes perfect sense to me, and I know we've talked about this before. And I'm assuming that the rationale has also been communicated to the IAC and either directly or indirectly to the executive. I was a little confused by the comment just because it seemed to not even recognize that there was a rationale. You clearly have one. You've explained it here. It makes sense. It seems to have some support from elements of the community. So I was just wondering if you could. The rationale has been communicated, correct, both to the IAC and perhaps others.
I believe so. I know that we've specifically discussed it with the IAC, as part of their process of providing advice. This was something that they specifically did provide advice on. I suppose there's always the potential for reinforcing the communication and reaching out and providing more explanation and updates if people need them, and maybe there's room to do additional stuff here as well. But I do think that a reasonable level has been already accomplished, is our feeling and basis for understanding.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I don't know if this is worth doing, but it could be worth considering just very concisely including that rationale in the document itself. Just a few sentences of it, just so it's sort of there as people are reading the recommendations, so the full context is provided. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, the recommendation, as we talked about before, makes sense, and I support it.
Yeah, I appreciate that suggestion. I think we have a very brief amount of it in the current draft language, and we'll certainly take a look at that and see if there's another sentence or two that we could add to heighten that clarity. Great. The last one on here was the executive's comments on supporting the also existing recommendation in the current plan to explore additional sources of park funding. As the Vice Chair was mentioning, that there are a lot of different funding sources that the Parks Department pursues for projects throughout the county. And then in Bethesda, we have the additional one from the PIP, which can help to go above and beyond those other funding sources that we're using. And that's an existing recommendation that this minor master plan amendment is not recommending making any changes to. And we're certainly always interested in pursuing all of the available sources that we can to help fund parks.
And I know,
I just said that, but we also appreciate if we could get more public funding as well in our capital improvement to develop more parks. So that's always a good thing.
yeah, I was just going to reiterate that from time to time, we also in our CIP, we've asked the county exec for more money for parks. And so, yeah, we are always exploring other options. Thank you.
I just wanted to also quickly note before we move on this point, if I could just very, very briefly, this is certainly one of those areas where, you know, in the original plan, I believe it mentions as an example something like a special taxing district as an alternative, you know, public financing mechanism to support in particular park infrastructure. And I know that this has also been a larger conversation with the county. We talked about it in the GIP, like, you know, what, if anything, could supplement or maybe even replace impact taxes, just as an example. And I think this is a really good reason to further express support for something like, you know, a task force, which I know has been talked about, to look into these alternative financing mechanisms. Because although we included it in our plan recommendation in 2017, which is it's a good recommendation, it really is outside of the purview of the board, of course, to implement an alternative mechanism. So I'm glad that, you know, this has come up again, because I think it's part of a broader push to rethink where we get revenue from and what it can support, so it's more sustainable, more predictable than some of our other sources, including PIP. So yeah, I think it's a good conversation to have, but it's a conversation that needs to be pushed sort of beyond this board, and I hope that it can you know, move along in that process.
I think that's also something that, you know, the master plan could have a sentence recommending, if that's something that the board would be interested in. Okay, seeing nods. We can bring, we'll put that on our list for things to bring back for next week. Okay, then moving on to transportation. As I mentioned earlier, the executive and agencies recommended a new funding mechanism to pay for new transportation infrastructure. We understand that there are sort of countywide efforts underway on this, and so would defer to that process rather than focus on a Bethesda-specific approach. Then on the environment, there were a few comments that the plan should mention the county's comprehensive water supply and sewerage systems plan. Typically, the you know, plans mention other plans that are being updated. This plan wouldn't update the county's comprehensive water supply and sewerage systems plan, though they would certainly work together. The executive recommends expanding tree canopy beyond streetscape and parks. I think, you know, the tree canopy in Bethesda is a high priority. It is, you know, it's really it's in some ways a two-dimensional problem. You have to put the trees somewhere, and if we're not looking at, you know, if we're trying to look beyond parks and streets, I'm not sure we have other places. The county executive letter did not recommend how to, you know, where else to put trees. You know, Bethesda is also an urban area, so the primary place we get trees is street trees for new development. Sometimes there are, you know, older sites that will have trees on them that will be taken down as part of development, but consistent with sort of the forest conservation requirements, those are mitigated to the extent required. But then certainly with all of the green space, whether it's privately owned public space or whether it's parkland, I think we're definitely looking at those as opportunities to increase tree canopy.
Could the county provide, I do not know if that, I think it would include under the tree canopy, incentivize private properties like residentials to plant more in their backyard or around their frontages, and we incentivize somehow, maybe with some property tax relief or some other kind of relief that, or provide them with some kind of, you know, grant that they could purchase and plant these in their properties, because I'm sure that a lot of people want to put more trees if these incentives would, and that would add to the canopy. That's something that, if, especially if it comes from executive, we could work with the, you know, DEP or with DOT. I do not know which one has, I think DEP has it, to provide that incentive. It's just an idea.
I mean, and I'm not an expert on the program, but I believe also the planning department, I want to say Reforest Montgomery, maybe, question mark. I think that there has been tree planting. I know it's been done on school properties. We have pictures up on the 14th floor. So I know that there are efforts, but I think there could be a recommendation to look at expanding the planting of canopy trees, on incentivizing the planting of canopy trees on private property. Yeah, we can certainly do that. Yeah. And then finally, the public hearing draft included a recommendation to regarding the high performance energy requirements and the public benefits that the public hearing draft recommended getting rid of. This was in conjunction with sort of the energy code, building code improvements that DPS has been making. I think after that, staff had some more time to think about it, planning staff, and so we agree with the county executive and DEP comments to maintain the high performance energy incentives, and we'll get to that in a little bit. So the other testimony that we wanted to focus on before we got into the areas of the plan was the testimony from the IAC. So the IAC voted unanimously to support the removal of the development cap as recommended in the plan, only if a requirement for multiple check-in points is included in the Bethesda overlay zone to ensure that community resources are keeping pace with development, and that policies and funding mechanisms needed to implement infrastructure improvements and public amenities have been established. These check-ins should not require any action by the planning board or county council, but will ensure that additional analyses occur as build-out occurs, since the hard cap is proposed to be eliminated from the BOS. We're going to have some more discussion of this as we move forward, but I think, you know, what we've been during our public engagement process for this plan, one of the things we really focused on is all of the ways that these recommendations are implemented now on the private side and the public side. So I think a lot of what is recommended here is already in place, but I think there's sort of some additional work to do, and we have some thoughts about that. So I'll turn it over to Henry to talk about the IAC Parks comments.
Great, thanks, Elza. So IAC made a number of parks comments as well. Primarily, they echoed the recommendations in the minor master plan amendment to continue to work with the IAC to receive their advice. They called out specifically on working on reviewing park priorities and implementation of park projects. We always look forward to working with the IAC on that and appreciate their commentary to continue it. They also spoke in their testimony on being open to the acquisition of parkland and creating new parks that aren't specifically recommended in master plans, and that's always something that the Parks Department's open to considering. Master plan recommendations make it sort of easier to go after creating a new park and to provide direction in terms of focusing our efforts for concentrating on where there might be acquisitions, and then also through the development review process where new parks can be provided. But when opportunities arise that maybe weren't recognized as potential opportunities when the plan was originally made, we always take a look at them and give them due consideration to see if it's something that could help advance those overall goals for parks and open space in the plan and are worth considering. So we completely agree with that. We don't think that we need specific language to be able to do that or to change that.
Can I ask you a question regarding that? If the park acquisition is not in the master plan, aren't the I thought that the Parks Department is restricted to using some of the funding because the specific, if I remember it correctly, language was that those fundings could be used if it is recommended by master plan. Is that correct?
The piece that I am familiar with that, that lines up with that is the program open space funding needs to have been pre-approved is not quite right, but there's an annual list of projects that are approved by DNR for program open space funding for acquisitions, and they need to be on the list to then have the formal paperwork submitted to acquire them. And that's submitted once a year, and it can be amended if something new comes up. I don't believe that there are other restrictions on that, but we could definitely double check with our
I was
acquisition and funding experts.
Yeah, I was just wondering that if that would create any kind of issues, because I understand that, sometimes a piece of land comes up that we think is really a good idea, but it may not be included in the master plan. We could easily probably adjust the master plan. I just remember something in my mind that it would make it more difficult if it was not in the master plan to acquire it.
Sure, and I think that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
It's a little, when we consider a potential acquisition, when we bring it as a recommendation to the board, if we think it's a good idea, it's clearly already been well thought out and well considered by the community and the board and park and planning staff a previous time, if it's already been recommended in the master plan. So it makes it fairly easier for the board to make that decision to approve sort of the actual paperwork and movement with it. And if it hasn't been, there's a little bit more due diligence that the board needs to go through and that staff needs to go through to make that recommendation. So it's certainly a more involved process if it hasn't been previously recommended in the master plan. But I
Just
don't think
look
it's
at the
actually a full
funding, make
amendment.
sure funding is not restricted. Something in my mind is there, I may be wrong, but.
We definitely will, thank you. And again, on funding, the ISE reiterated the importance of that existing recommendation, like the county executive did, to pursue alternative funding sources for parks, and we've kind of already touched on that, and the comments from the board and Commissioner Linden, and appreciate all of those, and that mostly covered it, I think. I think we may have one more in here from the ISE also, yes, on supporting the PIP rate increase. They spoke about making sure that there was provision for predictable and feasible metric for increasing the PIP over time, and we completely agree with that, and that metric and process does exist already. We don't think we need to change any of the master plan or code language that creates it in the BOS. Just the brief refresher on that, every odd number year, nodding. Every odd number year, it's adjusted by the change in rate in a construction cost index for the area to make sure that the PIP's kind of keeping up with fluctuations in those construction costs.
We just did the one for Silver Spring this morning, so it's the same, but next year. Okay, then there was also a certain amount of general testimony on what I'm going to call data sufficiency, and that there was testimony that the data used to support the recommendations did not adequately address potential future development impacts. We're going to talk about this a little bit more in the next section, but I think staff used data and methodology consistent with County Council direction for master plan analysis, and certainly reflective of best professional judgment on demographic and economic trends. But I think I think staff is recommending exploring additional metrics to measure what we're calling sort of the lived impacts of development, and we'll get into that a little more shortly. Okay, then we'll move on to, so in this section, for each of the topics, we'll go through the recommendation and then the testimony, and then talk about whether or not we're recommending any changes. So for the development level, the minor master plan recommends removing the specific development level from the BOS in favor of sort of the current practice of project-specific mitigation of impacts and improvements. Also recommends that future transportation-related functional plans continue to look at ways to improve these metrics. We received testimony in support of removing the cap, including from the Bethesda IAC, as we just mentioned. There was also a fair amount of testimony in opposition. I think folks concerned about impacts on traffic, schools, and the environment. I think, as we've talked about here at the board with this plan, and as we talked during our engagement events on this plan, private development is a key way that funds traffic in schools, transportation improvements, school improvements, environmental and park improvements, whether they're directly funded or built by a development project, or whether they're indirectly funded through impact taxes or other taxes. I think we've discussed this point, but we did receive testimony in opposition focusing on those elements. Staff is not recommending any changes to that recommendation, but then, as I said before, the testimony also supported additional analysis beyond monitoring at an appropriate level to inform future policymaking. And here I want to take a little bit of a sidestep and just sort of, I think the board is familiar with this, but you don't always see it in one place. So just to go through sort of all of the analyses that are currently performed for looking at development impacts and for implementing master plan visions. This is done now with every master plan. So every 20 years, we look at the master plan transportation adequacy. We have the 5 metrics that we use now. With every development application, we are analyzing to make sure that the proposed development meets the zoning ordinance, the public facilities are adequate to serve the development, it's in conformance with the recommendations of the master plan, and that it exhibits design excellence. Every 6 months, planning staff updates the Bethesda implementation tracking website, which is probably one of the more comprehensive development tracking websites in the county that looks at updates for development activity, parks, tree cover, transportation, and more. Every year, the county undertakes a school utilization review to look at every school in the county to see what the utilization rates are, looking at utilization premium payments. Every year, the planning board and the county council look at the capital budget, which impacts agency work programs and funding. And then staff also does an annual monitoring report for Bethesda every year for parks, school, and transportation. Every 2 years, the board and council undertake the capital improvement program, which looks at funding construction of parks, schools, transportation, and other infrastructure. Also, planning staff looks at the travel monitoring report to look at how people are getting around the county. And then every 4 years, there is the growth and infrastructure policy. So there's no shortage of analysis that's done. I think the point that staff wants to make is that development and infrastructure-related issues are complex and are analyzed in many ways. Each of the analyses that we talked about, each of those uses different inputs to measure different elements of what's really a complex ecosystem of these issues. So, the economy and traffic and the environment are all ecosystems. They are all forces of nature. You can monitor certain portions of them. You can try and predict based on certain inputs, but none of the analyses is going to be, holistic in the sense that it's going to cover everything. One of the testimonies provided, a 1.5-page long list of all the different things that could go into this single analysis. All of those elements are used in a variety of analyses, economic analyses, demographic analyses, looking at transportation modeling, but there isn't really a way to put them all into one into one analysis. As I mentioned, these analyses are regularly performed, and each of these analyses informs the recommendations and decisions of agency staff, not only of the Planning and Parks Department, but also the executive agencies, the utilities, and then certainly the Planning Board and the County Council. So all of these analyses do actively, on an ongoing basis, inform decision makers. So we think that there's no shortage of analysis, but I think, again, what we're calling sort of the lived experience of the impacts is something that we are, we're thinking about, we're talking about. We've talked about Thrive metrics, and so what we're proposing, and this is our first addition to the plan, and this is the text that I'm recommending. So adding a new subsection under section 4.1 development level, additional analysis for monitoring implementation progress and impacts. So the first part is talking about sort of all the, it's encapsulating the discussion of all the different analyses. I think the key is that while each of the analyses is essential to addressing a particular set of questions, they may not address some of the lived experiences of the people who live, work, and play in Bethesda. So the minor master plan recommends studying additional analyses used in other jurisdictions to measure these factors and to present them to the planning board as part of an upcoming annual monitoring report. So I think it's a reasonable ask, and we'd like to spend some time looking at it.
So, yeah, great. I would like to, could you give us some examples, even though you don't have, like any draft metrics on lived impacts of development? I mean, what does that look like? Could you?
So I think Research and Special Projects Chief Carrie McCarthy, I think, is online or in the audience. I think we tried to think about. I think we tried to think about some examples, and I don't know that we came up with anything that was right on, which is why I think we're asking for a little bit more time. But I'll let Carrie speak for herself.
Good afternoon. For the record, Carrie McCarthy, Research and Strategic Projects. As Elza said, this area has probably the most extensive monitoring of any other plan in the county. But our thought was that we could add extra metrics to the monitoring report, like one potential example. And again, as he mentioned, part of is to put it as a proposal and then provide time to look more in detail. But the county does a semi-annual quality of life survey where they ask questions about what people like. Parks always shows up as like number 1 or 2, and they do cut it by the data by regional service center is the smallest geography, but it's something we could talk to them about in the future. Could we partner? Or sometimes, you just use the larger geography and it's representative of what's going on in downtown Bethesda.
Can I jump in for a second? I mean, just not to put too fine a point on it, but just because we got a comment doesn't mean the comment's necessary or good. Like all the comments that we get about we don't do enough analysis and we don't have enough data and we don't share it enough with the public or we don't put it out publicly enough or stuff like that, I don't think that there's any basis in that, really. Like the amount of data that is analyzed, the amount of information that is put out, the amount of public information that is available is extensive, given that it's a minor master plan amendment. Just because somebody's asking for something that we already have doesn't mean we need to bend over backwards to put more out there that's not relevant. And so in this case, the amount that we have and the amount of analysis and monitoring that's done with this program is, I think, what we need. And I don't necessarily think we need to add to the work plan to go for that. If anybody has a specific thing that they want, we have census data that we can provide. We have, like you said, there's surveys that the county does. We have traffic studies. We have all this information, and if they want it, for the most part, it's there. So I appreciate the work on it. I don't know what else is needed for the annual monitoring report. It doesn't seem like anyone has all that specific about where or what they're asking for, just more of something. And I think you're providing more than enough of what is necessary to analyze the policy. And if that's the case, then why, like, what is the end result if it's going to satisfy this comment? And I'm not convinced that there is anything that's going to satisfy this comment, so that if there's not, I think you're providing more than enough on a monitoring, so that my opinion is not to spend a whole lot of time thinking about what more you can already do to answer the questions you can already answer, and you can't, wave your wand and magic up numbers that don't exist. So
I can think of one thing that I have heard it over and over, and that is the idea that of adequate public facilities. I see that for school, there is an annual monitoring utilization program that we do. So a school does a regular annual analysis, and that I'm assuming that includes the new additional development or areas that they may have more students. So they put that into account. I think one thing that I can think that, and maybe you're doing it, but I don't know about, is that a cumulative impact of different development that happens in that area and how its impact to the regional capacity. For example, we have one development at one location. I'm not talking just specifically in Bethesda, but now that we are talking about Bethesda, I talk about Bethesda. So you have one development that is happening, and we ask that they look at the impact to the traffic and impact to the parking and school and everything, okay? And then around the same time, you may have in another corner of Bethesda, another development, and then another development may happen in the center of Bethesda. So all of these by themselves, we're going to look at the impact at that area, and we try to mitigate those. But what is the accumulative impact of all of these development together in Bethesda and also to the close by or the other areas inside the county? What is the impact to parking? What is the impact to traffic? What is the impact to quality of life and things like that? So I think one thing that I have heard over and over and over from people is this accumulative impact that is happening. And I really don't know how it is considered when you look at one development. So I leave it up to you. If you have an answer, you can give it now or you can give it later, but this is what I have heard.
Sure. So for the local area transportation review, I want to say all development projects in the last 12 years are included in that analysis. So each new development project is not, I think after that it goes into the background levels. And then those numbers may have changed with the most current GIP. So I'll caveat with that. So I think for the APF analysis, we certainly look at recent projects. So just to solve that exact problem. But I think you are identifying, I think the challenge of sort of what cumulative impact means. We do APF on a project by project basis. We have these metrics that measure certain things, but I think it's that the cumulative quality is, I think, what we were trying to get at with sort of the lived experience of it. Because I think it's one thing to say, this is, how many parking spaces or this is whatever. But I think it was that sort of more lived that I think we were suggesting looking at. And there may not be a suitable, at this point, there may not be a suitable metric. But I think for Thrive, I think we're looking at some of at developing metrics for that. So I think there could be a way to sort of glom onto that.
And another thing that is important is that smaller development that is going to happen, that they don't go through development review. They don't go through the lateral review. But those impacts, they generate traffic, they generate parking, they generate climate, they generate all of those. But because it doesn't go through our review, that doesn't mean that or doesn't qualify for, if you have under less than 50 generated 50% traffic, then you don't do. So they're under the threshold of where you're going to do a study. But if you have 4 of them that are under the threshold, so the accumulative impact could be more,
But-
but it's never measured. So,
But in Bethesda, I don't think we've had anything under 84
But I'm
units, which
just
doesn't,
talking
which
in
triggers
general.
LATR. But and just to push back a little bit on this, I mean, we have since 2018 annual reviews of and they're online and they're in the implementation thing. You don't have to click that far to get to them. You know, page 20, schools, cluster adequacy review, anticipated build-out adequacy, and recommendations on, this is from 2023. It's 68 pages of detail on how it's been implemented, on parking, on regional transit services, current traffic studies, previous traffic studies, development approvals, mitigation. Like, the information I think is there if people want it. They just haven't either gone to get it or don't like what it says. And so I'm not sure that you can subjectively capture a lived experience. That's not the same type of data as you're putting here. We have data on traffic, we have data on mitigation, we have data on parking, it's not like we don't study the school clusters. And people come to here and say, you haven't studied the school clusters. I'm like, no, it's in the annual thing. It was in the staff report. We have the information. If this is the case, and if we have annually put these out, pretty much on clockwork every summer for the last 7 years, what amount and level of data will cause satisfaction and to make someone happy that has made that comment? I'm not sure it exists.
Okay, your point is, we have, Commissioner Linden has had his hand up for a bit. Let's get all thoughts on the table. Okay.
Thanks, Artie. I'll keep this brief just to keep this train moving. I tend to agree that without kind of more specific clarity around what this is, and how it might be something other than a subjective exercise, which is not to say that those are not important, but to Commissioner Hedrick's point, we have more data associated with Bethesda than perhaps any other part of the county. In all these different areas, we have these annual processes that look at these things. We have a project by project process that apparently captures the cumulative impact on the transportation side. I think that the existing analysis is there. And my concern, in addition to trying to find something else that we're not currently doing that would satisfy this apparent concern, my additional concern is that it continues to add to the work program that staff has annually, which has a lot of consequence in terms of potential budget implications over time, just sort of demands on staff time and competing interests with staff. If there was a way to, and the example was brought up by, I think, Carrie, and I think it was a decent example. So thanks, Carrie, for bringing this up. If there's a way to sort of take advantage of an existing survey, for example, and maybe just include a few questions in that existing survey. So it's really not much, it doesn't require much of our own staff time or resources. And we put in a few questions, answers come back, we include that in some sort of annual kind of report going on. I think that's okay. So if that's an example of what this might be, that seems workable. But if it's something else which we haven't managed to clearly define yet or understand how it fits a particular sort of meets a particular hole in the existing analysis, because again, to Commissioner Hedrick's point, I don't see a lot of holes in the analysis here. It feels a little too loose and a little too ambiguous to kind of put as a recommendation, unless the recommendation is simply to something like, let's look into what options, look into, what other jurisdictions are doing, and maybe the next time around we can consider implementing something. But I am concerned about overburdening staff with additional analysis, considering all the great analysis that's already going on and fully available to the community as part of this process and annually.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Susan, my point on this is that I do agree that the staff has done a lot of analysis in the reporting. You do some things on the 6-month basis, you do some things on the 1-year basis. And that being said, and I don't think a major project should be going on, but I think if it's a minor study to see what other communities if may do to tease out what is the lived experience, then that's if it's something like, but it's not a you must do, but if it's a it could say consider looking at this if you feel it can add some value. But right now we don't know what we're looking for, and I don't want you to commit you to doing something that we really can't put our arms around. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I mean, I think the intent of the recommendation is sort of capturing, that if there was an answer, we would have recommended the answer. And so I think to Commissioner Linden's, in his summary, I think the recommendation is really just, let us take a look at it. The recommendation doesn't commit us to do anything more than coming back to you when we do the next annual monitoring report next year. And, saying we looked at, there are, these other examples. I mean, I think that's all we're looking to commit to.
Well, it could be just collecting some more data point, rather than if the analysis you believe that we are doing it, it's just that you have to collect some more data point to create a base that this cumulative impact is already being considered and it has already been analyzed. And these are the data that it's supporting, that the mitigation is not needed or is needed and it's in the plan or has been done. I think that there is a concern. And if we have done enough analysis, then we should have enough data to show that we do have done proper measures to mitigate the issues.
Yeah. So we can move. I'm fine with going forward. If something simple, because you brought this out, that this is something you would like to see if you can come up with something index about the lived experience. And so maybe it could be at the, in a year, whatever, when you do the annual report, whatever, in 2 years, whatever, you come up, you've done a simple, whatever, you've done some analysis to see if you can tease out what a lived experience, and if that can be informative in, analyzing, if there are some other things you should be analyzing, then I would be, that's forward-looking, that's, trying to see if there's something there. May there be nothing there, but I'm okay with that. And I don't know what the other members think.
I'm okay with that too. As a first step, looking what's going on elsewhere, I think it's always useful to take a comparative look at other jurisdictions near and far. I think that's fine, that's healthy, that helps us learn and grow, of course. But I just want to add one thing to the mix here, and that's when we hear comments about impact, community impact, that often presumes a certain kind of impact. The connotation associated with that is often like, what are the various types of burdens or inconveniences or associated things with development that might make some community members less happy or their lives less convenient in some way. And I just strongly hope that staff, when we're looking at the way that other jurisdictions review the lived experience of development impact, maybe even taking the word impact out, I hope that we include kind of a holistic view of what development has brought to various communities. So lived experience in terms of, the whole range of things, like things we always talk about, amenities, things that were included in the master plan, like parks, the various things that often make life more convenient associated with development too, and not just the disruption that can make some community members a little less happy in the short term. So that's the one thing I just wanted to add, that I'm hopeful that we can characterize this in a balanced way and look for a broad range of what this might mean, that, if other jurisdictions are doing these kinds of things. Because I think that the comment is coming from a particular viewpoint, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to look for examples of that, of data or lived experience metrics that specifically fit that viewpoint.
That's a great example. So could you come back to us next week with a sentence or two, what that recommendation would look like? But you can see from our point, we feel that you are monitoring a lot for the Bethesda, but if there's something you think can give a broader feel for lived experience, we're happy, for you to do that. Okay.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, so then moving on to, thanks, Carrie, for transportation and APF. The recommendations were to continue LATR per the growth and infrastructure policy to improve bike, pedestrian, and transit-related alternatives to driving, support the implementation of loading management districts in the urban loading study, and then support a variety of planning and county implementation and further study to continue improvements. The testimony, I think, we did hear from folks concerned about the traffic impact of additional development. The county executive recommends, as you said, an additional funding mechanism. And then the Maryland Department of Transportation suggested expanding a recommendation about enhanced transit service to include expanding transit support facilities needed to accommodate that. So I think we've talked at length about how the approach that we've taken to date in terms of the frontage improvements and LATR, those are intended to mitigate the impacts, to enhance transit, and alternative to automobile use. We've talked about the funding mechanism, and then for the MDOT recommendation, we're recommending some additional language. So right now, the language in the plan says to support MCDOT study and implementation of enhanced transit service connecting downtown Bethesda to nearby residential neighborhoods and regional activity centers. We've added in including expanded transit support facilities needed to accommodate enhanced service.
What is exactly enhanced service?
So,
I'm trying to understand
sure.
what they mean by that.
So I think as a general matter, so the enhanced transit service connecting downtown Bethesda is just really more bus routes. And I think in the MDOT letter, they specifically talked about not having in the current bus station at the transit center in Bethesda, having sort of a finite number of bus bays. And so with a finite number of bus bays, it becomes more challenging for them to have more bus service. And so, and I think this is something that MCDOT would be looking at anyway, in terms of studying, figuring out where those buses are gonna sit. So I don't think this is introducing a new element. I think it's just sort of shining a little bit of light on that particular piece. Okay, so with that, there were Commissioner Linden.
Oh yeah, sorry, just briefly on this. I think this study has some value. I just wanted to mention that. I think this kind of study has some value, especially exactly what Elza, you mentioned. The transit center in Bethesda is fairly constrained. There, WMATA, like the regional bus service, is going through a redesign of the bus network that will change a few things here and there as it relates to Bethesda. Ride-On similarly is going through network redesign that may change a few things here and there as it relates to Bethesda. But the constraints associated with where the buses kind of converge in the transit center, that's a real constraint. And it's, we don't know exactly how the BRT coming south to Bethesda, like how that necessarily might interact with the transit center yet, or maybe some people know, but I don't personally know yet. But it's going to get more, even though there will be more service in the future, it will get more complicated and could lead to some challenging, like operational challenges. So I think this is a good recommendation that hopefully can lead to more planning around how to enhance that in the future, maybe even more capital programs related to the transit center or other things. So I think this is a good idea.
Okay, so then, yeah, so there are no other changes recommended to that language. And then we can then move on to implementation of parks recommendations.
Right on. Thanks, Elza. So in the park section, we had recommendations about continuing to implement the original plan recommendations and refining our strategies as necessary. This is pulling from directly from what's currently in the minor master plan amendment draft here. Continuing to move through, we heard some testimony supporting that, and we've discussed a little bit from the county executive from the ISC, and also that continuing to seek advice from the ISC, which we've touched on. And so in addition to touching on that, other parks testimony touched on support for diversifying funding sources for park implementation, which we've discussed a little bit today. We continue to support that and to pursue additional and diverse funding sources for parks. The sort of specific bit on investigating alternative funding sources, and we've touched on that as well. And we don't have any additional or text changes that we feel we need to cover any of that.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
One comment that, again, we heard over, there is no issue with the recommendation, but, people are, saying that it's not fast enough. And we know that it's not fast enough because everything is expensive, okay? And especially the land is expensive and then the construction. Is there any way that we could come with some ideas of interim usage of the areas that we have to make them, it doesn't have to be built out. Maybe we could just use some innovative, simple ideas to activate some of the areas that we have already purchased, or even though if we haven't purchased, it's privately owned, if we could get the permission, if it is possible, that to make it publicly activated, It doesn't have to be really something that we activate. Sometimes we just put some areas that kids can play or people can come and have, some, concert or some open area that people can do some kind of activities, even though if it is with use of, using Bob or other communities that are there, at least that could make it active until we can come up with funding to do the permanent, park construction there.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea and suggestion. It's similar to advice that we've been hearing from the IC about not waiting if we have the opportunity to present and provide some more interim functions. And the place where we're most able to be able to pursue that and working on it is on the recent acquisitions along Montgomery Avenue, where the master plan recommends, I think, 8 or 10 eventual properties there. We've been able to acquire 2 recently. One of those other pieces of things that creates less rapidity than we'd all like in producing new parks is sort of having the opportunity to acquire property, when it comes up. But we're working on looking at providing interim uses on those 2 properties instead of waiting until everything is assembled. And that's something we could dig into a little bit more. I think the annual monitoring report is going to touch on that, and we can make sure that we've got some highlights in there to talk about those opportunities.
We could even use ideas of placemaking ideas that planning department has, and those could be used to vision how the future park would be. It could fit and help to facility planning of these parks and what in future we want to bring. So whatever we do, it's going to be useful for the future visioning of our parks.
Yeah, and we can also, I think in that section, I think we can add a sentence about supporting interim uses.
Sure.
Great suggestion. Thank you.
Excellent. Our next one is touching on the Veterans Park clarification and specification to provide more clarity in pursuing that goal from the original plan recommendation. We spent a little bit of time discussing this already, and the fact that we've made the recommendation in this minor master plan amendment to clarify with the west side of Woodmont Avenue, and that we're recommending we stick with that recommendation there. So just checking that everybody feels like we've covered it appropriately and don't need to dig in more here. Thank you. And I forgot that we had this before I said that part, recapping and reiterating, we touched on this before, that the county executive had been opposed to that suggestion, but that we didn't feel we needed to change it, so. All right, and so park impact payment. The recommendation in the draft amendment is to adjust the park impact payment to $15.57 per square foot of BOS density, and that would sort of correct the two adjustments that were made where they used the annual average instead of the cumulative inflationary increase across those 2-year periods. We got into that a little bit more in depth during the preliminary recommendation pieces, but this is sort of in an effort to make sure that we're maintaining the PIP respective of the changes in costs that are happening, and that since we've refined how we do that, that this is an opportunity to sort of catch up and make that correction and make sure that we weren't missing a piece, and to have the PIP be as accurate and reflective of those costs as possible.
So adjusted 15.57 from what? What is existing?
I believe it is $12.34.
49?
49 cents.
Okay, and what is the percentage increase? Or I can calculate it.
I know we had that written down in the previous slides on it. It is, I think it's close to a 20% increase, although then part of the thing that was interesting, one of the reasons we feel it's a really good idea, is when we looked at the economic consultants who did the pro formas for potential development scenarios in Bethesda, then also had how much that kind of PIP increase would then impact those, and it's less than a 0.1%, I believe, change in the overall costs to individual projects. So it's a relatively large percentage increase in the amount of PIP and the support for parks, with a really small individual impact to individual projects, and in that kind of balance.
Oh, great. I'm glad you're keeping up. The future way is to keep up with inflation.
Right, and so we had some testimony generally in support. We had, I think, a few comments that asked to leave the PIP where it was. There was at least one comment and some testimony on should we be using a different cost index for looking at the cost changes. And I think that one muddled things a little bit. It kind of talked about whether or not that cost index was reflective of park construction costs. And I think we don't actually have the PIP amount set to equal that cost index. We're using the change in the types of materials that make up that cost index, which are the same types of materials that we're using for parks and the same kind of construction labor. So it's not trying to tie the PIP directly to what that overall thing is, but using it to monitor the changes in those costs and that relative change. And I know when that cost index was first selected was before I was involved in helping pick it, but I know a number of different potential ones were looked at, and that was selected as the one that was most reflective of both the regional costs and park costs. So we're not recommending any changes on that front. I think we've got one more here. It was the recommendation to split the PIP payment. Right now it's made all at first above ground building permit. We had heard during the outreach and talking to the development community that can be burdensome from a financing perspective, and that being able to move it later in the process would be useful. The sooner in the process it is, the sooner the PIP is made and is available to the Parks Department to help move parks along. So we didn't feel that it was a great idea to move the entire thing to the end of the process, but we thought that splitting it in half would be a good way to be responsive to that. Helping make development easier to happen, helps make PIPs happen, helps make more parks happen. So the recommendations to split it in half, with first at the existing time at first above ground building permit, and then the second half being made at the first use and occupancy permit. And similarly, I think we had some testimony both in support and opposing that. Some folks who said just keep it all up front, some folks who said just move it all to the end, some folks I think those are really the two options and the two things we had, and nothing super substantive there, and we think that this is still a good recommendation. We should stick with it. And then
Can I ask a quick question on that point? Just briefly, it's an interesting idea, and I'm wondering if you mentioned how the consultants did some modeling on pro formas for the increase in PIP, in the PIP rate. Was this approach where they split the difference between at building permit and an occupancy, was that also modeled out in some way to look at the cumulative impact of like both of these? Because it seems like, although it was small with the PIP increase, it seems like this approach could also maybe, unless it was also baked into that model you're describing, it seems like this could also mitigate some of that impact too. But I'm just curious if the
Yeah,
consultant looked at that.
I don't remember. I don't think that this was part of the modeling. I think this was more in our conversations with the development community that sort of the financing arrangements are easier to secure and to move forward when that burden is dispersed or moved towards later in the project. But perhaps Carrie can shed some additional light on it.
Good afternoon. Yeah, the modeling that was done was just a concept level stabilized year analysis. So it's not a time series analysis. So it kind of just looked at some of the changes in the PIP, but isn't detailed enough to look at the impact of the timing of the PIP.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. And then our last one, and this was, Elza provided some foreshadowing. We received this testimony, I believe, on Monday afternoon, and it's suggesting currently, and I believe we were here in September for the board's approval of the methodology for offering a PIP reduction when open space sort of above and beyond the requirement is being made to help realize master plan recommendations for parks, that the board can approve methodology to then reduce the PIP. That exists. The BOS language says that it has to be for dedication to Montgomery Parks for parkland, and this suggestion is considering making that reduction available for property that's then designated and created as a privately owned public space or a POPS, which would go towards recognizing the goals but not be full dedication to the park system. And we do think that this is an interesting suggestion and that it deserves consideration. We're still analyzing the potential implications here, and what we'd like to do is be able to dig into that a little bit more so that we can be really confident in making a recommendation either way or how to respond to this or move forward, and we'd like to come back and talk about that next week.
I think that would be controversial, especially if the POPs had some kind of restriction as to who could use it. They could say it's publicly open private space. However, if it is restrictive in its use to a population, it would be problematic in giving them a tax reduction because all of our parks are open to all the people who visit them. And if it was a privately owned public space, yet they limited who could visit it, they couldn't in turn ask for a tax reduction.
But when you say POPs, it's privately owned public space, so it has to be public. That's what I'm thinking it is.
Public doesn't mean everybody gets to use it. And so that's one of the things that I think we have to be careful about, to make sure that if it's going to be public, it means everyone, similar to a county park.
Yeah, I understand. There are two issues with that. One is that sometimes, even though that is publicly open to everybody, not just the residents around that area, but the way that it is set up, people, the broader public, don't feel that this is open to them. And this is something that, so it is very important that if we make that consideration, first of all, if it is publicly available, it's the broader public. And secondly, it shows it that way. Okay? They both are important, that people just not implied that it is not for everybody. So the design is important if you decided that to go that way.
Yeah, excellent points. Thank you. And I think those are important things for us to consider as we think about a recommendation there. And I think there's probably a way. One of the things we'll dig more into is there a way, if we think that there are positive upsides to this suggestion, is there a way to carefully craft a recommendation or future language, because it would probably be reflected in maybe the BOS language or PIP reduction methodology that the board approved this fall, where we could put appropriate controls in so that those concerns were being allayed and addressed. So that's something we'll look at more, and look forward to talking to you guys more about.
Great, great. We look forward to hearing more next week. One of the things I was thinking, get with the park, did park be designed to park standards? And you should talk about the signage, so it makes it at least welcoming. And then will they put this in perpetuity? Or, and how all that would work. But so I know you guys are on it, thinking through those things.
Great minds.
Right, thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Excellent. And I think that is the time for me to hand this back to Elza.
Great, thanks, Henry. Okay, so then moving on to the recommendations about the Recreation Center. There are recommendations to incentivize public-private partnerships or developer amenity to create a new rec center in Bethesda. Recommends providing a park impact payment reduction and public open space credit for area dedicated to the recreation center, to designate the rec center as a major public facility for CR priority public benefits, and to allow up to 2 additional stories to accommodate the rec center. The only testimony really that we received there was one comment that public funds should be used to improve recreation centers elsewhere in the county before building a new one in Bethesda. I think even with that, I think even though we didn't get a lot of testimony during the public hearing, I think certainly during the IAC meetings and during the engagement, I think an updated recreation facility in Bethesda with some community space is a high community priority. So we're not recommending any changes to the text.
With just a quick question on that. So I was reading through the recommendations for the adding stories for allowing them to add extra stories if they put have we done that in other things? Have we done specific? Have we allowed for that's a very specific, you get extra height density with,
So the approach has been taken. I wanted the example that comes to mind is in the Ripley district in downtown Silver Spring. There was trying to incentivize at the time it was a supermarket in the ground floor of one of the apartment buildings, but that takes, supermarkets are tall. And so there was a recommendation to allow 2 additional stories, to allow additional height to sort of offset. There's a community benefit to having that use, so you get that offset. So that's the idea that we're using.
Yeah, but so I'm just thinking, that's a very specific line item of benefit to I don't mind the idea necessarily for the rec center. I just don't think anybody's going to do it. Just like, who would add 2 floors to a building just to they're not getting anything out. There's not, a rec center would have to be, you're just offsetting the actual space. There's no incentive for that, right? It's just kind of
So I think the intent, so right now you can get additional height above what's mapped only for affordable housing.
Yeah.
And so so this would really be beneficial to a project that's a public-private partnership that is housing on top. I mean, the Silver Spring Aquatic Center is a great example where you have housing on top of the development. And so they would be able to recapture those 2 stories as housing. So I think that was the intent.
That's okay. So that's more along the lines of what I was thinking. Is I was just wondering, if it's the suggestion being to add 2 floors so you can fit the rec center in there, but you don't. There's no benefit provided then to the whoever would be building it. But something like something like the Aquatic Center in Silver Spring, I think is completely reasonable to have in there, or the use of there's some public parking areas over there, county-owned parking garages and things like that. I think it's a reasonable suggestion. I was just curious to clarify how something like that might work. It seems awfully specific to say just 2 floors for a rec center kind of thing.
Yeah, good question. So you did something like that remember we couldn't put on the lot 44 or whatever, you couldn't put the parking under the park, so we allowed we gave them more, I mean, it's not exactly the same, but we gave them more height because in order to provide for that parking space.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, then on to affordable housing. There were several recommendations for affordable housing in the minor master plan amendment. The first was
Excuse me, so I saw the testimony there.
for which?
Was there any, the previous slides, was there any recommendation based upon the testimony?
No, the recommendation is to based on the community desire, and really that DGS, Department of General Services, and the rec department have been looking at putting a rec center in Bethesda for a number of years. It meets the need requirements, and I think the next step is a program of requirements that DGS will work with the rec department to put together. So I mean, it's a project that has been identified as a need in Bethesda for a number of years. There's a lot of public demand for it. So I think while we wanted to acknowledge the testimony that we received, we weren't recommending to change the recommendation.
So when the text reads, public funds should be used to improve recreation centers elsewhere in the county before building a new one in Bethesda, are those public funds that are generated by new construction in Bethesda, or is there a general fund that is being referenced here that would be used to build a recreation center in Bethesda? So, like, you know,
so just
any of the
so
development taxes.
So I don't want to speak for the testifier, but the way I understood that language is that there's the general fund dollars which are used to fund every rec project, countywide. If it's part of a public-private partnership, there could be, that's certainly part of the mix. The Silver Spring Aquatic Center was built on private land, so there's certainly an economic impact. But my sense of the comment was that sort of general fund dollars from the testifier's standpoint should be used to improve rec centers in other parts of the county before being spent in downtown Bethesda. Okay. Thank you. So then moving on to affordable housing. So the first recommendation is there are a lot of incentives in the overlay zone to encourage folks to provide more than 15% MPDUs. It's really sort of 17.5% and up. You get all these great things. This recommendation would extend those to develop those benefits to developments providing only 15% MPDUs, but for units with deeper affordability or larger bedroom counts. So the testimony received only in support of this recommendation, and we're not recommending any changes to it. So then we had a recommendation for the redevelopment of naturally occurring affordable housing sites. The recommendation is that the redevelopment of those sites should strive for no net loss, and then sort of a two-part. The next is two parts. One is codification of standards for naturally occurring affordable housing, and then that DHCA coordinate a work group to determine how to define naturally occurring affordable housing, how to demonstrate the existence of NOAA affordability, and what could be done when such units are demolished, based on indications from the board at previous discussions about the plan recommendations, and we did receive testimony in sort of general support of the recommendation. We're suggesting removing the sentence, specifically addressing codification, so that the recommendation would just read, the master plan recommends a DHCA coordinated work group to look into NOAA.
So I know we've talked about this before. I remember Commissioner Hedrick had some thoughts on this, and I guess I'm just wondering if there's a reason why we even need to pursue this definition of NOAA as opposed to just looking at the actual affordability of units in a building and using that as a market. Like if we do move forward with no net loss of affordable units, I'm just wondering if it even needs to be tied to a concept like NOAA, or if it's just simpler to look at the actual affordability. And we can relate it to AMI, we can relate it to other measures, but Is there a reason that I'm just curious how staff thinks about that. Is there a reason we even need to sort of focus on NOAA as a concept and really double down on using that, whether it's codified or not, as opposed to just strictly looking at what is the affordability existing?
So I think the naturally occurring affordable housing has been it's been a shorthand to sort of, so not in quotes, right? Just to sort of, you have units that because of market conditions and the types of units have, rents below market. And so I think that's sort of where that's coming from. Honestly, I think, DHCA has been working diligently on this issue. I think they're going to do this whether the recommendations in the plan or not. I think, when we've taken the no net loss recommendation to council, and we did it in Veers Mill and Silver Spring and Tacoma Park, the question has come back, how is this going to work in practice? And so I think with this plan, in having the recommendation for striving for no net loss is to just, again, shine a little bit more light on that lack of certainty and make recommendations for next steps as to, have a better handle on exactly what we're talking about. So that's the intent.
Yeah, and thanks for that context. I think I understand the intent. However, if DHCA wants to pursue this, that's great. It feels to me like, and I understand, of course, that we're talking about below market, and I think that's sort of the point I'm getting at too. That this should be an easily quantifiable concept, and whatever definition will be quantified in some manner. And so I'm just wondering if NOAA seems to just be a way, and you're right, it is shorthand, but it's not a particularly useful shorthand if we can sort of move beyond that immediately and say, just as an example, anything below 80% AMI, just as an example. But that's something that's quantifiable, doesn't really need to even have NOAA anywhere near kind of this recommendation as a concept. We can just simply state, like, we're talking about units at these affordability levels below market, or whatever the case is. If that's sort of what this ends up being anyway, then that's totally fine. I think I'm coming around to this idea that, like, NOAA as a concept, it's not particularly helpful because we're going to ultimately try to move past it anyway to get to a more quantifiable, concrete place. So why not just kind of go to that place initially?
I was Lisa Gavoning for the record. I think that the affordability, the AMI that these units are affordable to will be a huge part of how we define and demonstrate the existence of NOAA. That's how we currently do it now. It's 80% AMI or below. And we kind of look at that every master plan and evaluate how many units are at that level. So I think that will be a big part of what that means to demonstrate the existence of NOAA.
Yeah, I just want to say, DHCA wasn't where did DHCA comment on our language or any?
Well, I think, based on the comments, we have a couple of options. So the recommendations on the screen is what's in the public hearing draft. Right. And so if the board wanted to change that, I think, in terms of the first one, strive for no net loss, we could say of, affordable units within the larger redevelopment, or I don't know, putting in a number is challenging because this is still an amendment to a 20-year plan, so 80 might not be the number in 5 or 10 years.
Right. So I was, excuse me, I was thinking, they are a partner, DHCA, Lisa's working with them, and I think I'm okay with your revised recommendation. I think at the end of the day, just my thinking, we're gonna get out what DHC wants to do, and I think, it shows more of a partnership potentially, in the big picture. This isn't the big picture is all the other stuff. I think, yeah. So that would be my.
Yeah.
I mean, but we all have comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Linden. I was going to try not to get on my soapbox today and make Lisa come all the way up from the back of the room. Yeah, I think it's, the only, whatever way we try to codify naturally occurring affordable housing, there's a mission creep problem, I think, that comes with that definition. And these, on a property by property level, these properties didn't become naturally occurring affordable housing just by, like, processes that we didn't have any impact in. We created naturally, and I've used the term before, naturally unaffordable housing, which has then taken over and absorbed most of the land use within the county. I don't think that we're going to codify and make the development upon these properties more difficult. We have considerable evidence that development and increasing the amount of housing is what pushes down rents and keeps rents affordable, not maintaining housing that is not being invested in. That's why it's naturally occurring affordable housing, is nobody is investing capital in maintaining that property. So what we're going to do is codify, for the most part, substandard housing, or housing that has not been upgraded to what we think of in the modern era. When we bought within RHE, we bought ones that didn't have dishwashers in them because they were put together before people installed dishwashers. We had to rehab it so dishwashers could be put in to the properties, like into the rental places. So what we're going to end up codifying is primarily a bunch of properties which have not been invested in over time. There are probably some that are fine and some that are good, and the ones that should absolutely be reused. And I think it's completely reasonable, if we're going to subsidize the maintenance of these naturally occurring, quote unquote, affordable units within the property, but that's going to require offering and creating a boatload more density on those properties. And so I think that if we want to go this way, rather than define and put our time in defining and codifying a very flimsy definition of what naturally occurring affordable housing is, talk about using the HPF or some other thing or in our zoning authority to radically densify an area so that you can maintain a certain number of units below 80% AMI or what have you, or have DCHA purchase them in similar to the MPDU program or something like that. Just trying to hold on to these properties as they slowly deteriorate over time and nobody will capitally invest in them means that you're just going to have slowly deteriorating properties over time. And if the government's we're not going to step in and subsidize that, we're asking somebody else to take on both that cost and the eventual cost of redeveloping that property in a denser thing. I will get off of this thing. I just don't, I have a problem thinking of how we do this in which we don't just restrict the ability to develop the properties and restrict more land from development when we already know that part of the problem is the fact that we have maintained single-family zoning over a very wide swath of the county.
I think we are going way over what your intention is, okay?
And I understand.
The fact of the matter is that this term exists, loosely is being floated everywhere, and just ignoring it, it doesn't take it away, okay? I understand all the things that you're saying. This is a very harmless statement in here. Basically, what it says, it's not even talking about codifying this term. It just says that, well, this term exists, it's being referred to, it's being used by many people. So let's DHCA define that, what it exactly means and what is its relationship to affordability, and move on.
But I think,
basically, it's saying, that's why I see they're saying,
Yeah,
let's DHCA to decide and work with that. And I think it's a very harmless statement. It's not saying none of those things that who is going to maintain it or let it happen or so on. We're just trying to define something that I personally have been hearing all the time, and nobody knows exactly what that means. And I'm perfectly fine with what you have in here.
Yeah, so, and I understand how you feel, Commissioner.
I made that point.
I know. I think we should. I would like for us to move on if possible, because I also personally believe that they want to keep these properties. I just think they, eventually they may go away. If they find a way to redevelop and keep and have some of the units that that are affordable. It's just a definition, and I just they want to understand how affordable are those existing older units in is, yeah. So
And I think that the recommendation presupposes redevelopment. So it's in all cases, this goes back to striving for no net loss within redevelopment.
Right.
So it's not about keeping them where they are, it's about when it redevelops, providing additional affordable housing beyond the minimum.
And I understand that within the recommendation of what we're putting here within a minor master plan amendment. I'm saying the use of that term typically is not
right.
in the terms of redevelopment. Typically, that term is used in a preservation of existing units. That's typically how that's the underlying fundamental like driving force behind designating something as NOAA is. We got to preserve this, but we're not going to actually subsidize it, which is the distinction between subsidized and non-subsidized housing. I mean, that's what it really is. If you're going to subsidize it, subsidize it. If you're not going to subsidize it, it's an exclusionary and I think a barrier to actually using it as updated, modern housing. But I will again step off of my soapbox again. But this is fine. It does presuppose redevelopment within this context. In a larger context of DCHA defining what it is, I think they should either pay for the subsidy or not do this, but that's their decision and not ours necessarily.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
No.
Okay, so we have...
Appreciate your comment.
So a recommendation that is not in the public hearing draft, but was recommended in testimony is to expand the height incentive area. So the CR zone provides height bonuses as necessary to provide MPDUs above the minimum requirement. The Bethesda overlay zone changes the percentage and then also limits that benefit to a height incentive area that's in the overlay zone itself. It's shown in the map on the right. The property, an owner who owns some single-family homes that are used as businesses, which on the next slide we'll see them in greater detail, requests to expand the BA's height incentive area to include properties between Arlington Road and Woodmont Avenue. So in greater detail, this is the area, so this is Arlington Road, Woodmont Avenue, and so this is the area that the testifier recommended adding, sort of closing the gap. My understanding is that the properties that they own are these 4 single-family homes here. So, it's across from the library. Oh, look at that.
You might have to click laser pointer again.
Pen, laser pointer.
There you go.
Right there.
Yeah.
Those properties. There's 4 properties there on the corner. Thank you. High tech. The younger generation, what will they think of next? So the buildings in this area are a mix of multifamily buildings, townhouses, and single-family structures. There's a lot of multifamily buildings from sort of 6 to 13 stories in there. There are some townhouses. How do I turn it off?
I don't actually know how to turn it off.
I see. All right. So the younger generation knows how to get it started, but not how to.
You just
whatever.
take the toy apart, but can't put it back.
Exactly. So it's a mix of multifamily buildings, townhouses, a handful of single-family structures. There's the 4 here, and then there's 2 over here that I think are used as single-family homes. These properties are separated. So the intent of the height incentive area was to provide greater predictability for the surrounding neighborhoods to understand how tall these buildings were going to be. These particular buildings are separated from the neighborhood to the west by Arlington Road, the Bethesda Elementary School site, and the Bethesda Library, and even further into the neighborhood by the Sidwell Friends Lower School. And the current height for the single-family structured sites, they're all CR zoned, are 60 feet and 70 feet. So if the board is inclined to entertain adding adding this recommendation, I have some suggested language if the board would like to see it. So the potential language, so this paragraph is basically an introduction that I've already given. The same here summarizes the slide. So the recommendation is to encourage underdeveloped sites to redevelop and provide more much-needed affordable housing. Minor Master Plan recommends expanding the height incentive area to Arlington Road, but limiting any additional height to a maximum of 24 feet or not more than 2 stories. These blocks front onto the library and Bethesda Elementary School sites and will have reduced impact on the single-family homes beyond those sites. The way the additional height works is that you figure out the square footage of the additional affordable units divided by the floor plate, and then every time you go over 1, you get another 12 feet. So I think in a nod to allowing more flexibility for development, but at the same time, you know, in theory, there's, you know, if they were 100%, they could just keep going. That we're trying to strike a balance here to say you can have 2 more floors. This would allow on the corner 9 stories, which is comparable to the buildings around it, a little bit taller than what they can do now, but not significantly. So that is the language recommendation.
Yeah, great, thank you. I'm in support of more height, but just want to understand that what's the height they could currently do with now, and what's the maximum height they would get if with these additional?
So it would be 60, it would go from 60 and 70 to 80 and 90.
And then they would have and then they have a certain amount of setbacks and things. I mean, could they go 90 feet right on the, I'm just trying to get a feel for.
Yeah, so I think I don't remember what the zoning is across the street. I don't think it's R60 zone. I don't think it's single-family zoning. But they would still need to meet all of the other requirements in terms of compatibility. So if they did have to step back, they would certainly need to comply with that as well.
Okay, and could you go back to your map with all the site plan, just so if you can sort of, with your little red arrow now, because it's stuck, you know, the heights of do you have a sense of the height of the buildings around it? Just
So the townhouses to the north, I want to say, are 3 or 4 stories. The apartment building behind is, I want to say, 6 stories. The apartment building here to the south is 5 stories, and these townhouses here are 3 to 4 stories.
And then if you go to the east along Woodmont in that.
And then as you move further east, along Woodmont, this one I want to say is, this one's 13. There's a site here that's approved. I don't remember what the height was, but the apartment building here is 6 or 8 stories. So it's all sort of in the neighborhood of it. It wouldn't be significantly. I mean, it would be taller than the townhouses. But I mean, the townhouses already have sort of adjacent. You know, you're from sort of 4 to 6 stories here. And then 4 to 6 stories here.
Okay, and then you go across Edgemore. Do you have a sense of?
So this is the Zom Bethesda. This is 6 stories, and this is I want to say like 12, 13 stories, and this is the Edgemont 2. I want to say this is 12 stories, and this one here is like in the 6 to 8 range.
Okay, yeah, great. I'm in favor of the height. But when you come back next week, can you just confirm the heights of the, you know, have a plan that just has the heights of those buildings? Just
I think the height is good. I think I'm jumping on the thing to look at the zoning. These have a commercial component within their residential and their CR zone, I believe, if I'm looking at the right properties.
Yeah, so the zoning has a commercial component. I'll have to pull it up.
I would bump the height up just a little bit to allow, because probably, I mean, they might be able to fill that commercial, but they might not. I mean, I would bump the height up at least just a little bit to allow for that development, since unless we want to true up the commercial and the C and the R on the FAR.
So right now, they're commercial uses in single-family buildings, so they would only get the additional height if they're residential.
If they're putting the residential on top of the
commercial,
existing.
it would be, you know, ground floor most likely.
And I'm assuming it's probably like legal doctor medical stuff. I assume it's mostly what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, I would maybe bump the height and density up a little bit to allow for more options than just like the 24 feet in additional, but I mean, I think it's fine.
So I think within the scope of this, we committed not to changing individual zoning, so this would be the height incentive area expansion would allow them to get height only to the extent that they're as needed to provide the additional affordable units.
Okay. So at their current state, they could build a 60-foot units, give or take on there, which would probably end up being
Right, so they would,
townhomes or
right,
something.
so right now, they would be limited to, regardless of, if it was 100% affordable, they're limited to 60 feet.
And would this be bumping the height incentive area across this whole section here, but just apply to those small, I mean, I'm trying to get because the height incentive stops at what is the street coming, the north-south street coming down there?
Arlington, so.
Arlington, yeah.
And I think it's just sort of for diagrammatic clarity. I think it's sort of, that edge. I think, it is just these properties, so we could just draw the height incentive to include these particular properties. I think there's only 2 other properties that may meet the requirements for this, and because of their location, I think those are unlikely to redevelop. So we could redraw it just to include those properties.
I would keep the expansion. I just wanted to clarify that it's the height incentive area is expanding to include that whole section to the east of Arlington Road. But it's being requested by or at least the comment was coming from the person that owns the
From
4
property owner,
units
that's
that
correct.
do have commercial access and they're having commercial space right now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. Then I would say a little higher. But it's fine.
Yeah, if we do it for these 4, we should do it for all the yellows, so that.
All right, so next time I'll bring back a more detailed map. Okay, thank you, excellent. Okay, so additional BOS updates. We have, so these were changes just to sort of the practice and function of the.
I'm sorry, Elza, we had Commissioner Linden has patiently had his hand up
I'm
for
sorry.
the past hour, and we never got.
Sorry, I was a little distracted. My daughter just woke up from a nap recently too, so I'm doing some childcare balancing here at home. So just a quick question on the height thing, and I pretty sure I may have missed this if you already covered this, Elsa, so I apologize. But if we did bump up the height incentive just a little bit, is there a practical difference in like the number of affordable units that could be? So in other words, like is there a practical benefit to increasing the height by an additional floor to the incentive height in terms of what we can get, either in terms of affordable units or something else, or are they still running up against the zoning limit?
Well, so in order to get the additional height, you have to provide at least 17.5% MPDUs. So you're getting 2.5% more MPDUs to even, to be in the height incentive area, you have to provide more MPDUs than you would at 15%. So that's the benefit that you get for the additional height.
Okay, and just to clarify one more time, is there a reason why you and staff feel like we shouldn't go above 24 additional feet as incentive height?
So, I mean, I think, again, trying to balance, trying to balance the benefit of the additional affordable height with you do have lower buildings here. You do have the townhouses that are sort of 4 stories. And so trying to keep it, within a couple of stories of that, I think was the intent.
Yeah.
But that could also be addressed. I mean,
Yeah.
if that was the direction the board wanted to go, that could also be addressed through compatibility at development review. And so we could also add language in there for that.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think just very quickly, then I'll wrap it up. Just because this is so close to Metro, I mean, it really is quite. I mean, this is a large kind of couple block area. It's true, but each block, even the western edge on Arlington, at a maximum, we're talking about a quarter mile from the Metro entrance. Similar from the future southern end of the Metro entrance that's being built today. So this is like extremely proximate, really good location. And I guess my hope is that we could try to maximize this to the extent possible, because I think that these highly valuable proximate areas to, and not just Metro, but future Purple Line and like all these transportation investments coming in, great place to try to bring in as many people as we can through these kinds of exercises. And so I know that, we're talking about some marginal differences here and there with, is it 24 feet, is it 36, or, 2 to 3 to 4 stories, but these do sort of add up over time. And so I would hate to sort of limit ourselves kind of right off the bat just by maybe prioritizing compatibility with an adjacent townhome instead of prioritizing proximity to all these great transit options and amenities for as many people as we can. So that's kind of where my mind is going. But I understand that in this case, it's not a huge, maybe not a huge difference in the end for these 4 properties. So but I think that maybe there's some opportunity to go higher.
So I'll bring back the more detail on the heights next time, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Heights, compatibility, all these things like that. That would be great, thank you.
Okay. So for BOS updates, we have the recommendation to allow purchasing of BOS density for using all mapped commercial or residential FAR. So this allows single use developments to be able to buy BOS density, which will result in higher park impact payments. We received testimony in support of this recommendation and do not recommend any change to it. We have the recommendation to remove the duplicative use or lose provision in the overlay zone, which at the time was really based on the development cap, and without a development cap, and also with the subdivision APF period, recommending removing that. We had several testimonies supporting the recommendation to eliminate use or lose, none opposed, recommending no change.
So just going back, there isn't, like in other areas, there's a 5-year APFO that is removed here. I'm just go back to the 3-year for the.
In Bethesda, you had the APF period, and you had the BOS period. So you had to apply for your permit, I want to say within 2 years of getting your site plan, and then pull the permit within another 2 years. And or you lose site plan approval, and that did happen to a couple of projects. When there was a cap, it made sense. Without the cap, it doesn't. So they're still going to be subject to APF. So they'll still have to pull their permit. All the other validity periods that apply everywhere else will still be in force here.
Yeah, and if they don't, they have to come back to the board.
Correct. Yeah, they can ask to extend the APF. If the APF expires, the preliminary plan expires, they have to come back and get a new preliminary plan.
Okay, thank you.
The BOS density exists in perpetuity. The APF is limited still to its normal limits.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so then this one, so the overlay zone says you have to get 15 points if you're in the high efficiency area. You have to get 15 points in the energy conservation and generation public benefit category. We had talked about that with the county continually upgrading their energy standards, the percentage efficiency that's specified in the zoning ordinance is harder and harder to achieve. So at the time of the public hearing draft, we recommended just removing that as being duplicative, but I think staff, having thought better of it and also getting the comment from the county executive, we're recommending updated language so that it would change the requirement to achieve 15 points to exceeding the applicable building and or energy code, and then use the Bethesda Downtown Plant Implementation Guidelines, which are much easier to update as the energy codes improves, and use the guidelines then to identify the appropriate standard, the percentage, and the methodology for determining the appropriate number of points. So one of the challenges always of putting percentages in the zoning ordinance or the master plan is that they're very difficult to change as things get better. So this still encourages exceeding the energy codes and then uses the guidelines to set that standard that can evolve as we get better and better.
So, and in the downtown implementation guidelines, it'll say how much you have to exceed, or?
Right, so we had a lot of discussion, or we had discussions with DPS, with the energy, code folks there, and they're in the process of sort of working that out, and so coming up with a number, at the time of the discussion there wasn't enough information there to come up with a number. So I think as DPS gets to that point, we'll work with them and we'll update the guidelines so that we'll have a standard. And then again, as those standards raise, we'll be able to update the implementation guidelines so that folks know how to get the public benefits.
I just have a question, and I really don't know the answer, because I do believe that all the requirements for the energy conservation for the building has been increased with the new code. And I do not know that when we say that, give them, is this a requirement that they have to achieve 15 points above the requirements of the energy conservation? Because I don't know if it is possible with, or maybe very cost prohibitive.
So if you're in the high energy efficiency area, you have to demonstrate the energy efficiency improvements. And so with the code getting stronger and stronger, it's been harder and harder to meet the specific number. I can't remember what the percentage is off the top of my head, but I think, we want to, in the high efficiency area, we want to continue to push folks. So I don't want to make up a number, but if it's a smaller number, then they can still they're still getting points for going above the standard, but it's in a way that is, it's a bit of a stretch goal, but we're not stretching too far and hurting ourselves. We're sort of, and then, we can up the standard as we go. So I think the intent of the master plan was to push development in Bethesda to be more energy efficient than anywhere in the county. And I think this recommendation is consistent with that. I think to take the recommendation out would be to, I think this was a strong element of the environmental recommendations for the Bethesda plan. So this allows sort of a modulation of that to something that is, while still a stretch goal, is more achievable.
I totally understand the goal. I'm just concerned that it gets cost prohibitive, that it's going to go against affordability. That's what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely, and I think the requirement to achieve the efficiency increases required to achieve 15 points, I think, are in the cost prohibitive neighborhood. So there would likely be a lower percentage, and we don't know what that percentage is, but I think they can still meet the intent of the plan, and that it wouldn't be cost prohibitive. It's not going to be sacrificing development. It's going to be, development in Bethesda can be sort of, a step ahead of where the energy code is. So the energy code is always working to improve. Development in Bethesda, the intent is that it's just like a little bit ahead of that. So even if I'm building my project today, and then let's just say I'm 5% more efficient than the code, in 3 years, when Henry comes along to do his, the code has gotten 5% more efficient, so he has to be 5% even more efficient. So it's even if the increase in energy efficiency is comparatively modest, it's still moving the vision forward.
So to exceed, they just get 15 points as long as they exceed a little bit. And we don't know how much is that a little bit.
So I think that the recommendation is that in the overlay zone, it wouldn't say you have to get 15 points. It would say you have to exceed the applicable energy or building code, and then would refer you to the implementation guidelines, which would say, for this time period, for this type of building, for this code, in order to get X number of points, you need Y percentage. And my understanding is that this is sort of similar to some of the initiatives or the ideas that the incentive zoning update is using. So,
Got it. I guess I'm getting it. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, then, so speaking of the EZU, because it's fun to say, that the recommendation is that any zoning text amendment resulting from this effort would acknowledge the success of the Bethesda overlay zone in determining how and if and how the BOS should transition to utilizing the new incentive zoning framework. There was so much time and effort spent on the public benefits in the overlay zone. There's, the number of points is different, the requirements is different, and it's really been a success story, and I think Atul and his team have pointed this out, but this has been a success story in getting the public benefits that we want. So, so this is the recommendation. We didn't get any testimony. We're recommending no change. Okay. So art public benefit, make sure I didn't, okay. So there is the CR zone provides, there's a public benefit for public art, and it's for public art construction. And it also allows a fee in lieu, but the CR zone says that has to be to the Public Arts Trust Steering Committee. The Bethesda Arts and Entertainment District, they do a lot of great public artwork in Bethesda. They're not the Public Arts Trust Steering Committee. So they supported allowing those payments to go to organizations other than the Public Arts Trust Steering Committee. So we are recommending that we update the overlay zone to say that to provide greater flexibility to promote payments for public art projects in downtown Bethesda, recommending updating the BOS to allow fee payments to also be accepted by the Bethesda Urban Partnership, Bethesda Arts and Entertainment District, or other civic arts organization accepted by the Planning Board. So just to make it easier for developers who want to contribute funds to public art in Bethesda. Okay, so that is, that's what I have for you. That's the testimony. That's all the recommendations. So I think we have some, we'll return next week. Shouldn't be as long next week. We will focus just on the particular items, the PIP reduction that Henry mentioned, and some of the other requests for language refinements. So we'll come back in a week with a shorter presentation focusing only on the changes that the board requested, and we will be asking next week for the board's approval for the planning board draft to transmit to council and the executive.
Well, thank you, Mr. Elza Heisel-McCoy and Mr. Henry Coppola. This is great walking us through the minor master plan amendment proposed. We're anxious to get it done, because it's needed. And thank you for your hard work, and we look forward to you coming back and addressing some of the outstanding issues we talked about and getting it done next week. So thank you so much. And this ends our planning board meeting for today. Thank you.